Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly. This being an afternoon sitting dated the 16th of April, the year is 2024. A broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Allow me to take you through the highlights in the order paper this afternoon before the official commencement of business, which is at 2:30. And to start us off, the mover will be called to reply on a motion. This motion regards the report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 5 constituencies in Vihiga County. Thereafter, the House will be considering a total number of about 3 bills from the Senate. Some of them are co-sponsored by members of the National Assembly. The coffee bill, Senate Bills number 10 of the year 2023 by the lead of the majority party. The Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, this is Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2023, co-sponsored by Honorable Rahim Dawood. And the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, this is Senate Bills number 37 of the year 2023, co-sponsored by Honorable Jack Mwamboka, are bills that will be tabled for first reading this afternoon. To take you through some of the highlights in the bill is that the Coffee Bill 10/2023 will, among others, seek to address the establishment of a direct settlement system that will see farmers receive their money as soon as their produce is sold. In a nutshell, the Coffee Bill 2023 seeks to streamline the subsector and ensure farmers' earnings are increased. The Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft 2023 is an act of Parliament that is set to provide for a legal framework for the identification of livestock, the movement of livestock, the prevention of livestock theft and regulation of trade in livestock, as well as the return of illegally acquired livestock and firearms for the connected purposes. This bill is co-sponsored at the National Assembly by Honorable Rahim Dawood. And away from that, the other bill that will be read for the first time is the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, a bill from the Senate and co-sponsored by Honorable Jack Mwamboka. This particular bill seeks to, among others, ensure that the process of summoning persons to appear before Parliament is in accordance with Article 50 of the Constitution on the right to fair hearing. The bill seeks to enhance the fine that is payable to the House or House Committee by a person who fails to appear upon when summoned from 500,000 shillings to 2 million shillings. This bill has already been dispensed with by the Senate, and it is now the turn of the National Assembly to have a look at the proposals in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill and pass it or reject it altogether. Members of Parliament under this category have powers to equally introduce amendments to this particular bill and the other stages of the bill. The Committee of the Whole at the National Assembly this afternoon will be considering the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill. This is a bill from the National Assembly Bills number 73 of the year 2023 by the leader of the majority party. After consideration of this crucial bill under the Committee of the Whole, the House will resume debate on a couple of bills. Among them is the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 43 of the year 2023 by Honorable Owen Bayer. The bill is currently at the second stage, as well as the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill. This is a bill from the Senate, Bill number 9 of the year 2022 by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Matters Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, will be moving a motion on matters ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Matters Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the African Union Convention on Matters Cross-Border Cooperation. The committee laid its report on the table of the House on the 14th of March 2024, and that pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012 approves the ratification of the African Union Convention on Matters Cross-Border Cooperation. The Land Laws Amendment Bill, this is the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 2, National Assembly Bills number 76 of the year 2023, is currently at the second stage. This particular bill is by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. And if in case you're just joining us, this live broadcast, the business of the National Assembly is just about to kick off. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is presiding over the business of the House this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over so you can follow up on the developments coming from the chamber. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao tumeridhika kukuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Junet, take your seat. I have honorable members of a few short communications. The first one, members at the bar, take your seats, the nearest seats. Thank you. The first one is a recognition of a delegation from the County Assembly of Kisumu. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the County Assembly of Kisumu who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises 9 members of the County Assembly Business Committee led by the Speaker, the Honorable Elisha Jack Oraro. They are accompanied by 8 members of staff led by the Clerk of the County Assembly, Mr. Owen Ojuok. The delegation is in the National Assembly to engage and learn on, among other things, the management and oversight of legislative business in the Assembly. On my behalf and of that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them a fruitful engagement. I hope they stood up to be acknowledged. Thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable members, members at the bar, take the nearest seats. The minority leader doesn't know what nearest means. Alice Nganga, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, the next is a recognition of a delegation from the South Sudan's Transitional National Legislature. Honorable members, I'm pleased to introduce to you a delegation from the Transitional National Legislature of South Sudan, seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises 10 members of the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning. They are Honorable James Riet Goni, MP, leader of the delegation, the Honorable Riao Gatilia, MP, the Honorable Gok Makwak Mayol, MP, the Honorable Remigio Lasu Peter, MP, the Honorable Teresa Nyadeng, MP, the Honorable Jacqueline Nyibol, MP, the Honorable Ding Lam Yual, MP, the Honorable Sebit Abe, MP, the Honorable Philip Palet, MP, and the Honorable Ajak Abraham, MP. The delegation is accompanied by 1 parliamentary officer and a representative from the UNDP. The delegation is on a benchmarking tour of the country to learn best practices and share experiences with their counterparts in the National Assembly, namely the Departmental Committees of Finance and National Planning, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the Public Debt and Privatization Committee, among others. The oversight functions of committees and budget processes and implementation. On my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them fruitful engagements in the House. Honorable members, the next is a recognition of a delegation from the Committee of Health, Community Development and Social Services in the Parliament of Zambia. Honorable members, I'm pleased to introduce to you a delegation from the Parliament of Zambia seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises 10 members of the Zambian Parliamentary Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services as follows. The Honorable Dr. Christopher Kalila, MP, Delegation Leader. The Honorable Marjorie Nakaponda, MP. The Honorable Masautso Tembo, MP. The Honorable Monty Chinkuli, MP. The Honorable Levan Jibombwe, MP. The Honorable Paul Chala, MP. The Honorable Joseph S. Munzanje, MP. The Honorable Hudson Mabeta, MP. And the Honorable Miles Samba, MP. The delegation is accompanied by 2 staff. The delegation is on the benchmarking study tour under the theme Devolution of the Primary Health Care Services in Zambia with their counterparts from our Departmental Committee on Health. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagement during their time in the country. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. The nearest seats. Thank you, honorable members. Allow me also to recognize a delegation from the caucus on environment and climate change in the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of Zambia who are seated in the speaker's row. The delegation comprises 1, the Honorable Twaambo Mutinta MP, Chairperson of the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change and Leader of Delegation, the Honorable Kasauta Michelo MP, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Maureen Mabonga MP, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Golden Mwila MP, Member, Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change, the Honorable Sibongile Mwamba MP, Member, Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by Mrs. Cecilia Sikatele Mambwe, Deputy Clerk Procedure, other officers from the National Assembly of Zambia, and the Minister of Green Economy and Environment in the Republic of Zambia, as well as officials from the One Acre Fund organization. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country to learn from Kenya's experience on the implementation of the Climate Change Act of 2016. Notably, the National Assembly of Zambia is in the process of considering of a climate change legislation. On my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the Parliament and wish them a fruitful engagement during their stay. Thank you. Next order. Yeah. Okay, hold on, Kirui.
Thank you.
Yes, member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. And I think as a country, we are also making our strides in terms of becoming a benchmarking destination for many of our African countries, that we can be able to host South Sudan today, we can be able to host the Zambia today. And Mr. Speaker, it's good to note that the two parliaments are actually led by women speakers. That is Honorable Nelly and Honorable Jema Nunu of South Sudan. And I take this opportunity because last year, on your behalf, I was able to host a Zambian delegation, and it was quite very involving, very well led by Honorable Nelly. And we had both members of the opposition, we had members of the ruling party, and we had even some of them who are independent. And Mr. Speaker, even as they learn about climate change, matters, finance, and Mr. Speaker, you must also note that last year, Kenya hosted the African Climate Summit, which was a milestone, but more importantly, on matters CDF, specifically the Zambian delegation was very interested in learning of matters how we have been able to craft our national CDF to ensure that we insulate societies from the playground of politics, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that they would be able to take away the role that this House plays in matters budget, the role that it plays in matters legislation, but more importantly, the matters of getting resources to the lowest level, even in Zambia and South Sudan, and how CDF has transformed communities and society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I join you to welcome them to this Parliament.
Thank you, Mother. Next order. Order. Okay, Chair Health.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to welcome my colleagues from the Departmental Committee on Health from Zambia, led by Honorable Christopher. We had a very fruitful discussion in this chamber in the morning, Honorable Speaker, about the evolution and how they have developed their health, and how we've also done since our new constitution of 2010. And we had shared a lot of experiences, hoping that they'll also be able to copy from us. Honorable Speaker, as you read their names, you realize even in Zambia you have Chinguli, when we have here Kenya, Honorable Sunguli. So we realize we are closely related as brothers. You heard of Maureen Mabonga. Mabonga is from Western Kenya. So this makes it that these are brothers and sisters, and therefore, as we share our experiences, I think that is good. They'll be visiting hospitals here within Nairobi. They'll be visiting our national hospitals and see how health has been developed in those facilities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to join you in welcoming them again. Thank you.
Esther Passares.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to welcome Honorable Miles Sampa, who is a member of the Pan-African Parliament, and he was also a contender recently for President of the Pan-African Parliament. So as Pan-African Parliament members, we welcome him to Kenya. Thank you.
Yes, I'll come to you. Yes, Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity also to welcome our colleagues from Southern Sudan, those who are here to interact with the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, the Committee on Finance and Planning, and the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization. I want to wish them well as we interact with them, Honorable Speaker. As you can see, they are meeting 3 committees, which play a very big role in this House. So I want to join you and the rest of the members to say you're most welcome. Karibu sana Kenya.
Minority Leader.
The Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for your indulgence. I wish to take this opportunity on my own behalf and on behalf of my colleagues to welcome to the House of Parliament, specifically National Assembly, the delegation of the House Business Committee of the Kisumu County Assembly that is seated at the Speaker's gallery. The delegation, Honorable Speaker, is ably led by Speaker Elisha Oraro. Honorable Speaker, let me, as I welcome this wonderful delegation to this House, take this opportunity also to acknowledge that the Kisumu County Assembly is one of those county assemblies that has remained extremely stable, very stable, and has conducted its oversight role of the county executive very, very commendably. And I wish to encourage them and welcome them more and again to the Houses of Parliament. Thank you.
You also should have acknowledged that Mr. Speaker allowed them to sit in our House Business Committee today. Which House Business Committee you missed today? Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Order, honorable members standing in the walkway, take your seats. Honorable Mbadi, or is that Mbadi? Take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to deliver a message from the Senate on the passage of 5 bills by the House of Senate. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report to the House that I've received 5 messages from the Senate regarding the passage of 3 Senate bills and 2 National Assembly bills. The 5 messages convey that on 21st March 2024, the Senate considered and passed with amendments 1, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. 2, the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023. 3, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2023. 4, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. And the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022. Honorable members, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, seeks to provide for the establishment of the Coffee Board of Kenya and the Coffee Research and Training Institute, provide for the roles of the national and the county governments, and the regulation, development, and promotion of the coffee industry in the country. The Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023, seeks to provide a legal framework for the identification and movement of livestock, the prevention of livestock theft, the regulation of trade in livestock, and the return of illegally acquired livestock and firearms. The Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2023, proposes to amend the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act to give effect to Article 125 of the Constitution by operationalizing the powers of arrest by Parliament and Article 50 of the Constitution on the right to a fair hearing. Honorable members, with respect to the two National Assembly bills, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill 2023 and the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2022, you recall that the National Assembly passed the two bills on 23rd August 2023 and 26th October 2023 respectively, and thereafter referred them to the Senate for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable members, having passed the 5 bills, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on the bills pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 46(1) and 161 of the Senate Standing Orders. Honorable members, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate has also notified that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 162 of the Senate Standing Orders, the sponsors of the Senate bills have designated co-sponsors of the bills in the National Assembly as follows. Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, being the sponsor of the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023, has nominated the member for North Imenti, the Honorable Abdul Rahim Dawood, MP, as the co-sponsor of the bill. Senator Godfrey Ososi, MP, being the sponsor of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2023, has nominated the member for Bumula, the Honorable Jack Wamboka, MP, as the co-sponsor of the bill. Honorable members, whereas the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, being the sponsor of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, has nominated the member for Kirinyaga County, the Honorable Jane Njeri Maina, MP, as the co-sponsor of the bill. I'm aware of a prior arrangement and agreement between the National Assembly leader of the majority party and the Senate majority leader on the marshalling for consideration of the said bill. So for the record, the two leaders agreed that the bill would be sponsored by the majority party once it gets to the National Assembly. This is to ensure that the bill is prioritized and considered in an expedited manner since it's emanated from the executive. The designation of co-sponsors of Senate bills in this House corresponds with the provisions of Standing Order 143(1)B of the National Assembly Standing Orders. In this regard, the designated members of the National Assembly will assume the role of co-sponsor of these respective bills and shall be responsible for marshalling their consideration in the National Assembly. Honorable members, in order for the House to commence consideration of the 3 Senate bills, the bills are scheduled in today's order paper for first reading. Thereafter, the bills stand committed to the following committees. A, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, and the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2023, to the Committee of Powers and Privileges. Honorable members, with regard to the two National Assembly bills, I direct the clerk to circulate the Senate amendments to the two National Assembly bills to all members in accordance with standing orders. Thereafter, the messages and the Senate amendments to the two bills are referred to the respective committees as follows. The Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, and the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, to the Departmental Committee on Labor. I urge the committees to prioritize the bills in their agenda and report to the House as soon as practicable to enable the House to proceed with the next stage of the bills. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this afternoon I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. Honorable Speaker, the first reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 in respect of 1. Nyayo T-Zone Development Corporation, 2. Kenya Dairy Board, 3. Non-Governmental Organization Coordination Board, 4. Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority, 5. National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya, 6. Mama Ngina University College, 7. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, 8. Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, 9. Nursing Council of Kenya, 10. Kisii National Polytechnic, 11. Nyeri National Polytechnic, 12. Private Security Regulatory Authority, 13. National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, NACADA, 14. Council of Governors, 15. The Technical University of Kenya, 16. Kenya School of Law, 17. Meru University of Science and Technology, 18. Kenya National Highways Authority, 19. Nyandarua National Polytechnic, 20. Lake Basin Development Authority, 21. Kenya Medical Research Institute, Kemri, 22. Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, 23. Southeastern Kenya University, 24. Bandari Maritime College, 25. Technical University of Mombasa, and 26. Murang'a University of Technology. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 16th April 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its attendance of the annual meeting of the African Network of Road Safety Registrators held in Kampala, Uganda from 2nd to 3rd May 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 16th April 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its vetting of nominees for the appointment as High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, and Consul Generals.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. Give your notice of motion.
Report on the Honorable Speaker, this is a notice of motion of the vetting of nominees. Report on the vetting of nominees for appointment for the position of High Commissioners.
Order, honorable member. Start by saying, I beg to give notice of the following motion.
I beg to lay notice of the following motion: vetting of nominees for appointments to the positions of High Commissioners, permanent representatives, ambassadors, and consul generals.
Thank you. Laikipia North MP, Honorable Sarah Korere.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I rise to seek leave for the adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the escalating state of insecurity in Laikipia County and specifically Laikipia North constituency. Honorable Speaker, over the past 2 months, Laikipia has been battling with rampant and widespread cases of insecurity. As a result, the community has been affected adversely by the myriad cases of banditry leading to loss of life, displacement of residents, massive destruction of property. Despite the launch of security operations and heavy police presence in the area, the situation remains dire. Honorable Speaker, bandits are brazenly roaming and scouting villages, going as far as alerting residents of their intended targets, despite the increased police presence in the area. Failure to decisively confront banditry emboldens the perpetrators. This insecurity has severely disrupted essential services such as education and healthcare, significantly impacting development in the region. Recent weeks have witnessed a concerning trend of daily attacks, highlighting the urgent need for decisive and long-lasting solution and proactive multi-agency intervention. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view to exploring possible and lasting solutions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have sufficient support? Honorable members, in fact, take your seats. This motion generates interest from Sarah Korere and Honorable Kunjuri of Laikipia East. So, and members of my panel who will be in the chair, the first bite after Korere should be Mwangi Kunjuri, then you open up the floor to anybody and everybody. Number 2, Sarah, you'll be, Honorable Korere, you should be ready to move your motion at 6. So whatever business we have at 6, we will stop to come to your motion of adjournment. Although insecurity is highlighted to be Laikipia, but there are many other areas that may be affected by similar issues. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, in line with the adjournment motion that has been moved by Honorable Sarah Korere, the Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, last week while you were away on other parliamentary business, there was an adjournment motion that was sought by Honorable Dr. James Nikal. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that was, he stood under, I think, Standing Order 33, where a member could stand on his feet and bring a motion on matter of national importance, just like Honorable Korere has done. Mr. Speaker, his motion was in relation to the strike of doctors, the ongoing national strike of doctors and medical staff, Mr. Speaker. But looks like, Mr. Speaker, he was not granted an opportunity to discuss the matter in spite of him having the requisite support in the House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your indulgence to clarify on that matter, because that matter is also likewise a very, very important matter of national importance, Mr. Speaker. So we could not conclusively agree on the way forward on that day, and we left it hanging, knowing very well that on Tuesday, God willing, the Speaker will be back and we will get better clarification than what we went with home that day, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this matter of national importance, as you know, are seasonal. A matter might be of national importance today, and it ends up becoming tonight a matter of county importance or non-important, Mr. Speaker. And as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, this doctor strike and medical personnel strike has been going on for the last almost now a month, Mr. Speaker, without any solution, and this House is the House that deals with matters of concern to the people, Mr. Speaker. Because if we don't discuss those kind of issues on the floor of this House...
You are now debating instead of raising a point of order.
So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I seek your clarification on whether Honorable Nyikal's adjournment motion was part of, was not done procedurally or was gagged.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Whip. Honorable members, indeed, Dr. Nyikal saw me this morning and wanted to raise a motion of adjournment on the doctor's strike. I later learned that last week there was a similar attempt to move a motion of adjournment, which motion had not been approved by the office of the Speaker. And upon receiving Dr. Nyikal's motion and consultation with the management of the House, that's the House Business Committee, we learned that tomorrow the Minister for Health will be coming to Parliament to answer questions at question time. Secondly, there is a question that relates to the same subject that Dr. Nyikal wanted to move a motion of adjournment, a very wide question. Thirdly, we had already approved to have a motion of adjournment by the Honorable Korere and Kiunjuri for today. In my mind, instead of approving Honorable Nyikal's motion that may come tomorrow or day after, I will indulge the whole House tomorrow at question time for at least up to an hour for you to interrogate the Minister on the same issue. And you may very well achieve a lot more than what you would have achieved in a motion of adjournment. And I believe Dr. Nyikal has been communicated to this effect, and he will get the first bite of joyriders on the question when it is asked tomorrow. Next order. Yes, who? Yes, on the same issue? Today you very effectively prosecuted this subject in the House Business Committee.
Yes, today I was representing the minority leader, who I believe is still a majority leader until the court decides otherwise. But, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for capturing the spirit of the House. But away from the issue of the doctor strike or any other issue that come on the floor, the point that we are protecting is our space as members of this House. Because a motion of adjournment is very special to us. It is special to us because that is where we exercise our representative mandate on this House. And even though we are not able to resolve anything on that motion, but it gives us an opportunity to ventilate freely on issues. When a minister comes to the House, the minister is coming because we are having an oversight role over him or her. That may be so. But the space and the special space of this adjournment motion must never be clouded under issues of politics or the issues of the day. Because, Mr. Speaker, in your absence, a temporary speaker made a decision, which you are now aware, that when proceedings are taking place either in committee or some other place in the presence of Parliament, that the plenary is unable to interrogate and discuss those issues. We just want you to preserve the standing order and our space to ventilate openly, even if we don't resolve anything. That opportunity in itself is so sacred to us, and this is the issue that we present to you on the sacredness of that standing order to a member of parliament, whether this side or the other side, on any issue that we think should be addressed. Thank you.
I hear you. Honorable Koech, I understand you did not properly give your notice of motion. Can you go ahead now?
Honorable Speaker, my apologies. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of the nominees for the appointment as High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives and Consul Generals, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 16th April 2024, and pursuant to provisions of Article 132E of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act 2021, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointments of the following persons as High Commissioners, Permanent Representatives, and Ambassadors. I will have them in cluster. High Commissioners: Ms. Catherine Kirumba Karemo, London, United Kingdom. Honorable Joash Mahangi as High Commissioner, Kampala, Uganda. Honorable Lilian Tomitom as High Commissioner, Lusaka, Zambia. Ms. Caroline Kamende Daudi as High Commissioner, Ottawa, Canada. Lieutenant General Peter Mbogo Njiru as High Commissioner, Islamabad, Pakistan. Ambassadors: Honorable Frederick Otieno Outa, Cairo, Egypt. Professor Anne Kisaka Nangulu, Dakar, Senegal. Mr. Timothy Kaluma Mcharo, Algiers, Algeria. Honorable Christopher Andrew Langat, Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. Mr. Jessica Mudhoni Gakinya, Rabat, Morocco. Honorable Alima Yusuf Mucheke, The Hague, Netherlands. Mr. David Kiplangat Kerich, Washington, D.C., USA. Ms. Evelyn Mwenda Karisa, Havana, Cuba. Dr. Peter Mutuku Madhuki, Moscow, Russia. Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Kenneth Milimo Nganga, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Lieutenant General John Amwangi, Tehran, Iran. Mr. Abdi Aden Koryo, Muscat, Oman. Permanent Representatives: Ms. Gertrude N. Angote, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. Ms. Grace Atieno Okara, United Nations Habitat. Dr. Fancy Tor, Ambassador and Permanent Representative, Geneva. Mr. Kitala Erastus Locale, United Nations, New York. Consuls General: Mr. Ezra Chiloba, Los Angeles, USA. Mr. Aden Mohammed, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Mr. David Iboko Lokemer, Dubai, UAE. And two, that rejects the appointment of Mr. Charles Givinji Keiru as Consul General, Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. And three, resolves that henceforth consuls generals should undergo vetting after their nomination by appointing authority, and that the appointing authority recalls the serving consuls general not vetted for the vetting and approval by the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Koech. Honorable members, as we go to order number 8, allow me to rearrange the business on the order paper a little. Let's do order number 9, 10, and 11 being first reading. Then we come back to order number 8 for the mover to reply on the motion on NGCDF Vihiga County. Clerk? Eh? Okay, but do we have any? Call out the order number 7 first.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We don't have any. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, to respond to a statement requested by the member for Kitutu Masaba. Honorable Russell, is the member for Kitutu Masaba present? Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond to statement on the delayed release of autopsy report of the late Inspector Walter Nyamato. Honorable Speaker, the member for Kitutu Masaba constituency, Honorable Clive Gisaro, has sought for a statement regarding the delayed release of autopsy report of the late Inspector Walter Nyamato. The honorable member particularly sought to be informed, 1, under what circumstance did National Police Service dispatch officers from the Kenya Police Service, including the late Inspector Walter Nyamato, to the Republic of Haiti despite a High Court order barring the government from deploying Kenya Police Service officers to the said nation? 2, why it has taken inordinately long for the autopsy report of the late Inspector of Police Walter Nyamato to be released to the family? 3rd, when should the family expect to receive the autopsy report and have the body of their loved one repatriated for a decent send-off and in order to find a closure on the loss of their loved one? Mr. Speaker, I wish to report as follows. 1, under what circumstance did National Police Service dispatch officers from the Kenya Police Service, including the late Inspector Walter Nyamato, to the Republic of Haiti, despite a High Court order barring the government from deploying Kenya police officers to the said nation? Honorable Speaker, the late Chief Inspector of Police, personal number 2008-070-300, Walter Nyamato, was employed on 4th April 2008 as an administration police service officer and has been in active service until his unfortunate demise. Honorable Speaker, the High Court ruling dated 26 January 2024 laid out the procedure that the government of Kenya should engage regarding any interest of deploying National Police Service personnel in any foreign country. Pursuant to the court ruling, the late officer was among the team of Kenyan officers who traveled to Washington, D.C., USA, for a consultative meeting on the process to be undertaken in ensuring strict conformity with the legal requirement prior to such deployment. Therefore, the late officer was neither traveling to Haiti as alleged, nor did the National Police Service deploy any advance team to Haiti as purported. I wish to table copies of airplane ticket.
Thank you, Honorable Russell. Clive?
Honorable Speaker, it is continuing.
Okay.
Why it has taken inordinately long time for the autopsy report? Honorable Speaker, the late officer died in a foreign country, United States, which prompted the need to establish the cause of his unfortunate death before the body could be flown back to Kenya. Upon completion of the autopsy, the report shall be given to the family in conformity with the Kenyan laws and on the right of privacy. The family of the late shall be given the medical report without arbitrarily being deprived of the same as guaranteed by Article 31 of the Constitution. This shall be done in a manner to ensure that authority releasing such information does not contravene the family's fundamental rights under the Constitution, which guarantees their inherent dignity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member asked when should the family expect to receive the autopsy report and have the body of their loved one. Mr. Speaker, the body of the late officer arrived in the country on 7th March 2024 and was received by the family in the company of senior officers in the National Police Service. He was laid to rest on 15 March 2024 at his home in Nyamira County. The autopsy report shall be available to the family once received from the U.S. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Raso. Clive, do you have any issue with the statement which you requested?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. However much I may not be very much satisfied with some of the responses given. On the first item, they have tried to answer the question of the mission in which Officer Nyamato was involved in. Yes, he was not destined to Haiti, but the discussion and the agenda of his trip had to do with sending our police officer to Haiti, which I do believe is open for a wider discussion. On the second and third question, Honorable Speaker, Nyamato passed on sometimes towards mid of February. His body was received in Kenya and buried in mid-March, a month later. I attended the burial. It was right in my village. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, a month later after the burial, the family is yet to receive the autopsy report. I didn't seek a statement on who did what. My statement was on what was the cause of the death of Inspector Nyamato. So if we are saying that 2 months later, the government does not know what killed its officer, whether it was a heart attack, whether it was a stroke, whether it was poisoning, that is all we want to know. What led to the death of Inspector Nyamato? Mr. Speaker, 2 months down the road, the government is waiting for a response from the United States of America. This leaves a lot of questions, more than the answers given. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Raso, do you have the autopsy report?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I understand the concerns of the Honorable Member, but I think the issue that we both must understand, this officer died in a foreign country, where that information of autopsy may not necessarily be released to the government, but even if that is done, the person who must receive the information first is the family. I think the response by the Honorable Minister is very clear, that we must respect that the family must be given this information in confidence. But as it were, we even spoke to the CS that is in contact with the Kenyan embassy in Washington so that they are able to get this autopsy report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Wandai.
You know, this saga, Honorable Speaker, surrounding the death of Inspector Nyamato, raises a lot more fundamental issues, not just about Nyamato now, but any other Kenyan officer who in future might find themselves in a similar situation. Honorable Speaker, I think the relevant persons, through the chair, should take this matter a bit more seriously. You know, Honorable Speaker, it is thoroughly agonizing for a family to lose a loved one, and 3 months now almost, nobody is telling them what caused his death. You know, that is a simple thing the Honorable Gisairo is asking for. And the question of what took Inspector Nyamato to the Washington, D.C. is not yet addressed. Because, Honorable Speaker, Nyamato was a fairly junior officer by all standards. So the country, least of all the family, deserves full disclosure. Even if we talk about national security issues. But we deserve full disclosure at what was the role that Inspector Nyamato, a fairly junior officer, going to play in Washington, D.C., if not Haiti. These are questions that have to be answered now or later, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Dado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think as a committee, we'll take it upon ourselves to make sure that we get the autopsy report as soon as possible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think when a family loses a member, it's a very important issue. But there's a more basic issue, Mr. Speaker, that I would really like you to listen to. This process we have created of seeking statements from chairs of committees, Mr. Speaker, I think we are giving ourselves a raw deal because we read written statements. As MP, as members of parliament and chairman of committee, we do not have information. So if you are not careful, the ministers are actually going to use us to actually delay issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should rethink this whole area because in any case, I have seen it many times, the chairs, and that is natural, tend to even now to protect what the minister has given, while that is not our role. So, Mr. Speaker, as I agree that what will be done, let us review this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyikal, it is up to what a member elects. When I communicated to this House that the ministers will be coming here to answer questions, I also gave members an option. If you wish to seek for a statement through a committee chair, which information may be inadequate or may not have sufficient material to answer supplementary questions, you get what you ask for. Because ministers come here routinely. In fact, on the list of ministers to come, as indicated to me by the majority leader, the Minister for Interior will be here in the next 2-3 weeks. So if the Honorable Clive had elected to fire the question to the minister, what you are complaining about would not be there. He chose to file a question to the committee, and the committee has brought what the ministry has given them. So it's a matter of choice. Choose well, you get a good answer. Choose badly, you may get an inadequate answer. Yes, Kamket, we are coming to your statement. The next statement is in response to your request. So there's nothing out of order at this point. Dida Raso. Next, not Raso. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife. Who is the chair?
Yeah.
Kareke Mbuki.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Is in response to a question by the member for Tiati.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to respond to the statement by the Honorable William Kamket, MP for Tiati constituency, regarding recruitment of rangers by Kenya Wildlife Service.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, the above honorable member requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife regarding the above subject matter on 11th April 2024. The committee resolved to write to the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, on a letter dated 12th of April, inviting the Cabinet Secretary to appear before the committee on 16th of April 2024 to respond to the specific matters raised in the statement. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife commenced recruitment of rangers yesterday, 15th of April 2024, following a nationwide advertisement placed on the dailies on 19th of March 2024. Honorable Speaker, during the committee meeting which was held today, and whereby we had invited the Honorable William Kamket, and actually he was present. The Cabinet Secretary reported to the committee that extensive effort were undertaken in order to mobilize resources for the ongoing recruitment. The Cabinet Secretary noted that the service did not receive any budgetary support from the Exchequer due to the ongoing national fiscal consolidation measures. However, Mr. Speaker, noting that the last recruitment by KWS was conducted in 2015, and the services sought alternative funding to support the recruitment, which was aimed at mitigating the ever-increasing human-wildlife conflict. Mr. Speaker, there is the military utilized Wildlife Endowment Fund, which it is within the KWS to be able to recruit 1,000 rangers. Mr. Speaker, while the committee appreciates the measures taken by the ministry to facilitate the recruitment, the committee observed that using counties as basis for designing the recruitment schedule would disadvantage members of the public living in power plug sub-counties. Mr. Speaker, Article 21(3) of the Constitution provides that all state organs and all public officers have a duty to address the needs of the vulnerable groups within the society, including youth and members of the minority or the marginalized communities. Mr. Speaker, further Article 56 mandates the state to put up place affirmative action program designed to ensure that the minorities and the marginalized groups are provided special opportunities for access to employment. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary indicated that the services resolved. The Cabinet Secretary indicated that KWS resolved to conduct the recruitment at the county level due to the prevailing budgetary constraints. It submitted that the ministry has implemented a centralized recruitment process designed to allocate slots per constituency in order to guarantee fair and adequate distribution of successful recruits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the implication of this is that it is only the recruitment which is centralized at the county headquarters level, but each and every constituency will be able to have their own fair share, and they will be able to have separate recruitment per constituency, but in a centralized location, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the members of the committee raised additional concerns relating to the recruitment, including lack of equal opportunities for youth and at the constituency level, particularly outlining the sub-counties which have limited opportunity. The Cabinet Secretary indicated that the ministry has implemented mechanisms to ensure that appropriate corrective measures will be taken where the disparities are identified, including adjusting numbers of recruitment to address the gaps. He submitted that the measures designed to address any possible shortcomings will ensure fair representation of the minority and the marginalized community, and also, Mr. Speaker, considering the population density of each and every sub-county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the same will also be used to ease the logistics and ensure challenges likely to be encountered by the members of the public. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we found that the issues of security, like what is happening in Baringo County, Mr. Speaker, could be able to disadvantage members of public from Tiati. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, since the exercise has already taken off, we agreed with the Cabinet Secretaries further affirmative actions will be taken in case there is any disparity. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary also submitted that the Ministry has established an affirmative action for counties bordering national parks and mostly affected by the human-wildlife conflict. Mr. Speaker, these counties which will be able to get extra numbers by virtue that they are bordering counties are Nairobi, Nakuru, Kajiado, Meru, Bungoma, Garissa, Taita Taveta, Narok, Makueni, Homa Bay, Turkana, Trans Nzoia, Machakos, and Siaya counties. Honorable Speaker, the committee will ensure that a report indicating the number of recruits, their names, county, sub-county, and the constituency will be presented to this House once the recruitment exercise is over. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Kamket, you satisfied with the response? Give Kamket the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I appeared before the committee in the morning as a friend of the committee, and the response by the chair captures what the minister said, except, Mr. Speaker, that there are no guarantees. What is happening, Mr. Speaker, from the explanation of the Cabinet Secretary, what seems to be happening is that the ministry has decided to transfer the burden of cost from the ministry to the hustlers themselves. Instead of the ministry going down to the sub-counties, they have gone to the counties in order to save costs. So therefore, the young men and women who would be looking for those to be recruited will have to travel hundreds of kilometers, spend the night at the county headquarters, and in their thousands. So therefore, the cost goes to those who are seeking to be employed instead of the ministry bearing the cost of that employment. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we have serious security challenges in the county of Baringo at the moment. And as I speak in this House, Mr. Speaker, there is no public transportation from any corner of Tiati towards Kabarnet. And that's a problem that our people, the people I represent, it is guaranteed that they will not be able to be employed or to be recruited at Kabarnet during this recruitment exercise. But as you mentioned earlier, when Honorable TJ raised on the matter of statement vis-a-vis question. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have is this. The only avenue I had to raise this matter, which was quickly available, is to seek a statement.
Honorable
because
Kamket,
if I was to ask a question...
Order, Honorable Kamket. You are now attempting to justify why you requested for a statement. It is not an issue. If you are seeking a clarification from the chair of the committee, go ahead and do so. If you are satisfied with the explanation he has given, take your seat and we move to something else. Because you can't elect to ask for a statement and then try to justify why you did so.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I only ask you to indulge me.
And don't bring in an extraneous matter, particularly what was asked by Dr.
Indulge
Nikar.
me, Mr. Speaker. Kindly indulge me.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You know, Mr. Speaker, when there are urgent issues and the Cabinet Secretary is not scheduled to appear for question time, what other avenue do we have? Except now to try this lame one of seeking a statement. I was only lucky, Mr. Speaker,
Your request for a statement is legitimate.
Yeah.
It does not contradict any standing order.
Yeah.
You are perfectly right in asking for your statement. The statement has come.
Yeah.
What the opportunity you have now is to seek any clarification arising out of the statement.
You've understood me at least.
And if you are satisfied, you say, I am satisfied, thank you.
I am not satisfied, Mr. Speaker. That's why can I ask the chairperson, Mr. Speaker, what guarantees does he have? What guarantees can he give that the people of Tiaty shall be recruited at the county headquarters, given the problem of insecurity that we have in the county at the moment?
That is good. Yes, Milemba. Kareke Mbuki, take...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Though the Honorable Member of Tiaty looks at this as a weak link, I want to ride on his having asked for this statement because it gives me a great platform that we have the same challenge in our constituencies in Vihiga and more specifically Muhaya, where I represent. That members and the young people in this state of the nation where employment is very difficult, everyone is very keen about any opportunity that arises for employment. And members in my own constituency, Muhaya, were told to walk all the way to Kidundu, which is very far. And that actually limits the number of young people who would go to actually sort for this employment and jobs and opportunities provided for by KWS. So yes, we get the statement, and I want to thank the member of Tiaty for having sought for this statement. I want to ask the chair that which guarantee moving forward is there that in future, or even now, if it's possible, this business of recruitment for KWS can be done at the constituency level, which is the baseline where everybody can actually access the opportunities because we want to give equal opportunities to all the Kenyans. And number two, now that it was done at the level of county, given that they are saving the costs, which guarantee do you have for us and Kenyans outside there that we shall have a list printed out to show how the distribution will have been done per constituency where we wanted it to be done? Honorable Speaker, those are my two issues I want to raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to acknowledge that there are security challenges in Baringo and also agree with the chairman for tourism and wildlife. But one thing that is required, Mr. Speaker, through you, that is a publication of the number of recruits per constituency in Kenya for KWS. Even if it is few positions, let it be cassetted that Baringo North will get this number, Tiaty will get this number, Kitui Rural will get this number, so that there is a Muhaya should get that, their specific numbers, so that we ensure equity and fairness throughout the Republic of Kenya and avoid incidences of litigation. You've seen how litigation has come, Mr. Speaker, for recruitment of even KRA, because when one corner of the Republic or one constituency takes everything, then it brings a lot of litigation and things don't move forward in the country. So the chairman can liaise with the Director General of KWS and the minister responsible so that as they carry out this recruitment before they announce to the recruits in the field, in the county headquarters, that these are the number for every constituency, and then from there you sort out per constituency so that we are truly represented in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pareo.
Giving me this opportunity, and I want to add my voice to what the members have said, because when it comes to an opportunity like this one, we want all Kenyans to enjoy the opportunity, and when it is done in a way that you don't even understand who is being hired and even reaching to the people that are needed to be employed. For me, I see that I am an MP of two sub-counties, that is Narok North sub-county and Central sub-county. And when you look at Narok North, it is a hardship area that even these youth cannot come to Central Division. So for me, I just want these vacancies to be shared equally so that as we move from here, we will know that each constituency will have this number, other than having a blank thing that were even after the interviews, after our youth running for the whole day, 2 days, finally, none of them will get an opportunity to be employed. So I also support that there is a need for these shares to be shared equally. Thank you.
Kangogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, though the exercise by KWS has already started in many parts of the country, and it might be difficult maybe to reverse, but Mr. Speaker, we want as a House to say that, Mr. Speaker, such positions should be shared amongst the constituencies in the future. Mr. Speaker, Marakwet East, for instance, from Iten, the county headquarters of Elgeyo Marakwet County, hundreds of youths, Mr. Speaker, started coming yesterday because traveling from the border of West Pokot to Iten takes, it's almost 200 kilometers. So they had to come yesterday, they have to sleep Iten, so that tomorrow they now participate in the exercise. And you will find that, Mr. Speaker, Elgeyo Marakwet County may be having like 10 slots, and you have almost a whole 400 youth. They have traveled hundreds of kilometers. Mr. Speaker, we want to ask the ministry, through the chair, my good friend here, so that in future, Mr. Speaker, in the next or a future exercise, they make sure that they take this exercise to near the people, Mr. Speaker, and also share the slots among its constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kareke, I hope you are recording all the interventions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman of the committee for a very eloquent statement. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I've heard the chairman say, but they are engaging the chairman too much. I heard the chairman say that certain constituencies, certain counties which are bordering national parks and game reserves will get a priority, will get affirmative action. And that's a very good thing, Mr. Speaker. I just want to urge the chairman that I hope that is not lip service to those particular counties, because the people of Narok County have looked after the wildlife so much, and they treasure that particular responsibility to be employed by KWS. We hope that that statement will be adhered to. Of course, it's a pity that people from Kilgoris will be asked to go to Olentimama Stadium, which is so far away. They have to come across through Kisii, Bomet, in order to get back to their Narok headquarters. And it would have been much easier for the KWS to wait for funds to go and recruit people on site. But that being the case, we hope that this will be a transparent exercise and that we can actually get to know the report of how affirmative action was conducted.
Bayer, you are the last on this. Timothy Kangogo has asked about Marakwet. I believe it covers you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, what we need to do, especially in the recruitment of people to the armed forces, is to create greater accountability, and such that every Kenyan has an equal opportunity like any other Kenyan to be recruited into the forces. Honorable Speaker, what happens, the recruitment officers will come to Kilifi, and they will, at the end of the day, leave, and we do not know who has qualified, who has not qualified. At the end of the day, when they go report, there is nobody from Kilifi. But, Honorable Speaker, what we need to is, we want at the end of the recruitment exercise, just like we do in elections, we want the list of those that have been selected to be pasted on the wall of an office, so that everybody knows in this village, in this sub-county, so and so and so were taken from that rigorous competition. Honorable Speaker, imagine those people come, they run, they do all those kind of things. At the end of the day, you know I have qualified, but you are told to taken to a chamber there, and you are told, you know, we can't take you because you failed in a urine test. And yet you did a urine test the previous day, which actually showed you are clean, but on that particular day. And then they say, you know, if you run for a long time, your urine changes color. On that aspect, a person from Kilifi is left. because we know that probably they have already a list somewhere else. So, Honorable Speaker, we must, as members of Parliament, demand greater accountability in the recruitment of armed forces. When people go to, we want to know how many slots have been allocated for Kilifi and how many Kilifians have been recruited into that. That then we will rest easy knowing that no corruption or malpractices have been. So the committee, please, as KWS goes on this, we want greater accountability on the numbers recruited. We want to know how many will be recruited beforehand, and we want to know how many have been recruited. And that is the best way to bring accountability. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Karaka Mbuki, I think most of the concerns are the same.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to appreciate all the sentiment raised by the members. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, they are extremely very varied. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's good to note that during the morning session, we were with the MP for Tiati, the Honorable William Kamket, and we had a very good conversation with the State Department of Wildlife, headed by the Cabinet Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I want us as members really to appreciate the initiative taken by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife toward the recruitment of rangers. Because, Mr. Speaker, the last time KWS recruited was in 2015. And to date, up to date, Mr. Speaker, there is their need of more rangers and other personnel by KWS, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, KWS is faced with serious financial constraints. That's why, Mr. Speaker, they could not be able to afford, in terms of the budgetary constraint, they could not really be able to go at the sub-county level. And also, Mr. Speaker, we need to appreciate how many number of recruits are being recruited, Mr. Speaker. We are talking of 1,000 recruits, Mr. Speaker, as compared to KDF or Kenya Police Service, who normally recruit more than 10,000 plus. Mr. Speaker, on average, Mr. Speaker, we expect each constituency to recruit 3 rangers. And Mr. Speaker, you can be able now to imagine the logistics of now going to do all this recruitment at the sub-county level. Mr. Speaker, it is because of the same that the ministry decided they will be able to do recruitment at the county level. But even at the county level, Mr. Speaker, each and every constituency, if I thought they have gone to Nyayo Stadium, each and every constituency in Nairobi will be able to do their own independent recruitment, but at a centralized level. Mr. Speaker, I want to give a commitment that immediately after the recruitments are over, I'm going to table the list of all the recruits who have been recruited across the entire country in all the 290 constituencies, Mr. Speaker, which I'm going to table in this House. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, I want to give a commitment that each and every constituency will be able to get its own fair share of each and every recruit in their respective constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, basically the members were so much concerned what will really be able to go to each and every sub-county or each and every constituency. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a learning lesson, because I'm aware that Kenya Police Services, Kenya Police, KDF will be recruited in the near future. Let them first and foremost be able to table the distribution for each and every sub-county before the time of recruitment. Mr. Speaker, we have also learned that the ministry has written to the National Treasury, because these 1,000 rangers is a step-gap measure. Once we get further funding, the check-up through the supplementary tool, then, Mr. Speaker, and because the demand, the requirement, the establishment requirement for the rangers is more than 5,000, almost 7,000, Mr. Speaker. I want to give another taking, doing the net recruitment, which is scheduled either this financial year or next financial year, the recruitment to be done at the sub-county levels, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you. Next order. You now proceed in the manner I directed.
Thank you.
Order number 9.
Order number 9, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Coffee Board of Kenya and the Coffee Research and Training Institute, the roles of the national and county governments, the regulation, development, and promotion of the coffee industry, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023, first reading. a bill for an act of parliament to provide for a legal framework for the identification of livestock, the movement of livestock, the prevention of livestock theft, the regulation of trade in livestock, the return of illegally acquired livestock and firearms, and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Bill, Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act to give effect to Article 125 of the Constitution by operationalizing the powers of arrest by Parliament and Article 50 of the Constitution on the right to a fair hearing and for connected purposes.
Order number 8.
Order number 8, motion, reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 5 constituencies in Vihiga County. Mover to reply.
Muliongi, is that you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You may reply.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank members who contributed to the debate on Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee report on audited accounts for 5 constituencies in Vihiga County for 3 financial years, 2013-2014 to 2015-2016. The constituencies examined included Vihiga, Sambatia, Amisi, Emuhaya, and Luanda. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the constituency committees, the fund account managers, and the project management committees for utilizing the money given to them well on behalf of the people of the 5 constituencies. I also wish to thank the honorable members for these constituencies for patronizing the funds well. Honorable Speaker, it has come out clearly from the debate that NGCDF is the only development fund that is visible in all the remote villages in Kenya. That NGCDF benefits the most vulnerable school-going children in the villages, and it is indeed an economic stimulus fund that benefits and debacks the common mwananchi in the remotest corners of the villages in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it has come out clearly from the debate, unlike the notion with those naysayers against NGCDF, MPs have no role in NGCDF monies and accountability. Projects are identified by the communities, processed by the constituency committees and the fund account managers, and implemented by the project management committees. MPs are only involved with oversight, like they do with all the other national government projects by the ministries and state agencies. Honorable Speaker, in the context of this report processed by my committee, I wish to congratulate the people of Vihiga, Amisi, Emuhaya, Sambatia, and Luanda for the good projects they implemented. Live examples of the projects which are testimonies of the good work include St. Ursula Chamakanga Girls High School in Sambatia, Chebutulu Police Post in Amisi, Kilingili Secondary School in Emuhaya, Ekwanda Secondary School in Luanda, among many other projects. Honorable Speaker, I support the sentiments made during the debate that our county governments should do benchmarking like what Kisumu has done today and emulate NGCDF policies in the implementation of their programs. Honorable Speaker, CDF projects are the only projects which are fairly and equitably distributed across the country. They are well implemented on time, benefits the poor and the vulnerable, and reaches the most remote villages in Kenya. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I propose that CDF should be expanded to include other development programs like electricity, agriculture, water, roads, among others, in order to benefit all the communities in Kenya. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I thank the members for their contributions and support, and you in particular for scheduling and facilitating the debate. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulungi. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Order, members on your feet, take your seats. Thank you. I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 5 constituencies in Vihiga County for financial year 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, and 2015, 2016, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th February 2024. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members, will you be upstanding?
Order, members. Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023.
Provisions relating to the Assumption of Office of the President Act 2012.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Assumption of the Office of the President Act 2012 be amended as proposed.
Section 52CA.
Mover. That is the Chairperson, Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of the committee, allow me to move that Section 52CA be amended as shown on the order paper. The justification is this: the Office of the National Security Advisor is not a statutory office, and therefore we have had to remove that member from sitting as a member of the Assumption of the President Committee.
Thank you. I therefore, let me see, if there is anyone interested in this debate, kindly put intervention. If not, I will put the question. I will propose the question that Section 52CA be amended as proposed by the Chair JLAC. I therefore put the question that Section 52CA be amended as proposed by the Chair JLAC. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There was another proposed amendment by the Chair, Administration and Internal Security, Honorable Tongoyo. The import of the passing of Honorable Murugara's amendment is that falls automatically.
Section 5(2) B and R.
This one have no amendment. I will therefore propose the question that provisions relating to the assumption of the Office of the President Act 2012 be amended as proposed. I propose the question that section 5(2) CB and R be amended as proposed in the bill. There is no amendment. I therefore put the question that sections 5(2) CB and R be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New sections 5(2), 3, and 4.
Mover, kindly move the second reading of the new section.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do move that the proposed amendment be read a second time. The justification is that we have to regularize the membership of the assumption of the Office of the President Committee in line with the current provisions of law and allow broader representation of the President-elect in the membership of the committee.
I therefore propose the question that new section 5(2), 3, and 4 be read a second time. Yes. There being no interest, I will put the question that the new section 5(2), 3, and 4 be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I therefore put the global question that section 5(2), 3, and 4 be part of the bill. I now put the question that section 5(2), 3, and 4 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Again, as earlier, the proposal by Honorable Tongoyo was similar to Honorable Murugara's, so that one falls automatically.
New section 8(2).
Mover? Yes. To move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that section 8(2) of the bill be read a second time. What we are doing here is purely to delete the words 3 and substitute therefore the word 6. And the justification is just what I have given, that the President-elect may have a greater say in the Committee on Assumption of Office.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that new section 8(2) be read a second time. I now put the question that new section 8(2) be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new section 8(2) be part of the bill. I now put the question that section 8(2) be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the National Security Council Act 2012.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the National Security Council Act 2012 be amended as proposed.
Section 2.
Mover, move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I beg to move that the proposed amendment to Section 2 be read a second time. The justification is that we have to ensure that there is conformity of the proposals in the bill with the Article 240 of the Constitution, which establishes the National Security Council.
Wait, Honorable Murugara. What did you move?
Section 2.
It is the National Security Council Act.
Yes.
Section 2.
Section 2, which is to define committee and also define the National Security Advisor.
Murugara, please confirm, because Section 2 is a deletion. It is not moving for a second time. By the order paper is a deletion.
Yes, that we actually delete Section 2. We delete Section 2 of the proposed amendment. The bill as a Section 2. The proposal is we actually delete that Section 2. Yes, so that we can conform with the provisions of Article 240 of the Constitution, such that we are now entirely removing the new provisions to provide for the committee and the National Security Advisor, which are the sections that will follow.
Well, I then propose the question that Section 2 be deleted as proposed by the mover. Honorable Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I stand to support this amendment. I think in the principle suggested bill was to define the committee and the National Security Advisor. And in the context, this was in violation of Article 240 of our Constitution. For that reason, if it is then declined by the committee, it means in the substantive, then it falls. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Raso. Majority Leader.
Chair, I also rise to support, and Honorable Chair, as I support, I just wanted clarity from the Chair. Affected by that deletion of Section 2, or the Section 5 now will remain as it were in the Principal Act.
Majority Leader, we have actually a proposed deletion for 5.
Of Section 2.
For even 5.
Or even 5.
So hold on, yeah. It will be a next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had not had Section 5. I was going to ask 5 and 7.
We prosecute one by one.
Deleted together.
Yeah, so we are doing 2. We are not doing them together because it's a decision of the House. They can decide to keep one. I said, honorable members, use your cards.
I don't remember which house I took my rest last night, so I'm trying to find out where I left.
Always keep them in the Mikai's house, Honorable Kajwa.
I'm trying. I will know where my card was left. But Mr. Chair, we just want guidance so that we understand. You see, Section 2 of the Principal Act has many other things which was proposed in the bill. So maybe the chair of JLAC should tell us, because you see.
Honorable Kajwang, just to tell you, we are deleting what is in the bill, not the parent.
Yeah, I'm saying so in the bill is proposing several definitions which will affect the parent act. So, for example, there is that word committee, meaning the something in Section 5 and 7. So what he does, does it affect, is it limited only to the definition of that committee, or does it go to National Security Advisor, so that we just read to know, let him help us to understand where he is, so that we can make informed debates on every single point that he is raising. Yeah, so if he's talking about everything, let us know. If he's only talking about specific definitions, because we are entitled to discuss each of those definitions as they arise.
Honorable Kajwang, I hope Honorable Murugara, you are listening so that you can respond. But I want to guide the House that the proposed amendments or deletions have been separated per section. So we will have you move a deletion of section 2, then you get to section 5, then you get to section 7, one by one. So now we are prosecuting section 2, the deletion of section 2. Would you respond to the concerns raised by the Honorable Member for Ruaraka?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. If Honorable TJ would have checked, there are only 2 proposed amendments in section 2, which are 2 definitions of the word committee and the National Security Advisor. And the proposal is that we delete the whole of that, because wherever they appears below, we are also deleting the following sections, so they will not apply in any law that we are going to pass.
All right, honorable members, I therefore put the question that section 2 be deleted as proposed by the chair, JLAC. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The import of that is that Honorable Tongoyo's amendment again falls.
Section 5.
Mover, move the proposal.
Thank you. Chairperson, I beg to move that section 5 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that we delete the entire section 5 with its subsections. And again, this is to align this proposed bill with Article 240 of the Constitution. It was the feeling of the committee that some of these members being introduced here cannot sit in any National Security Committee or even council, because the article is clear on the composition of the National Security Council.
I therefore propose the question that section 5 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I therefore put the question that section 5 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Section 7.
Mover. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that section 7 be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that that section be deleted. The reason we do so is that the National Security Advisor is actually not a statutory office, it's not recognized, and therefore that person cannot sit in the National Security Council under Article 240 of the Constitution, and we did not wish to do anything that is unconstitutional.
I therefore propose the question that section 7 be deleted as proposed by the chair, JLAC. I therefore put the question that section 7 be deleted as proposed by the chair, JLAC. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will then put the global question that the provisions relating to the National Security Council Act be deleted from the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Office of the Attorney General, 2012.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Office of the Attorney General, Act 2012, be amended as proposed. Section.
Yes.
Section 28.
Mover.
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that Section 28 of the Office of the Attorney General Act be amended as shown on the order paper, which is a proposal that the proposed deletion be deleted. That is, it remains as it is, and the justification is that the committee was not provided with a satisfactory justification for transferring the public seal from the custody of the Attorney General to the head of public service. So that is why we are saying delete what is proposed, it remains as it is.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that Section 28 be deleted as proposed by the Chair Jailak. Member for Seme.
Chair, rise to support this deletion. This is actually a very major part of our law, and just to remove it, and as the committee says, they were not provided with adequate explanation. I think the committee has done the right thing. Let's delete it. I support.
Majority Leader.
Chair, I also rise to support and thank the committee for that deletion. And Chair, you notice in the Commonwealth, almost all Commonwealth countries, in fact, all Commonwealth countries, the official seal is vested in the office of the Attorney General. And this is because largely this office is seen to be a political office. And therefore, even in terms of transition, there are no issues as to who is holding the public seal. And therefore, thank the committee and support.
Member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to support this particular amendment. The Attorney General is the state legal officer. And when anybody sues the government, actually they sue the Attorney General. So for that reason, transferring the seal, I think, was misplaced. And I thank the committee for rejecting it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kajwang.
Madam Chair, you know the Constitution says for anything to be legal and constitutional, done by the executive, it has to be written. Now, if you place the seal, that the Constitution says that the presidency can make anything legal by way of writing. If you place the seal in the same hand of the presidency, what it will mean is that the presidency will decide something, make it in writing, and because he has the seal, it becomes law, and within the Constitution, it is lawful. The Constitution separated these risks deliberately. That is why you have to run to the office of the Attorney General and bring that Attorney General and put him together with the written information from the presidency to make that information be legal. To concentrate that power in one hand would be a very big risk. And that is why I support the fact that even in a bank, you have to have 3 people, a sweeper perhaps, and a bank manager to be able to open the safe. So let the safe stay in Attorney General's office. You have to go to Arambe office and bring in the player from the Attorney General's office in order to have the seal and in order to have that written information be legal. I support.
Member for Marakwet West.
Honorable Chair, I take the cue of my colleagues to support this progressive amendment. Honorable Chair, the Attorney General is the chief legal principal advisor of the government and therefore the custodian of all legal instruments. And therefore, Chair, I support the amendment to the effect that it be deleted, the seal remains with the office of the Attorney General.
Finally, on this, member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to support. Honorable Chair, governments exist in perpetuity. It is therefore in order to have the seal in custody of the Attorney General. Honorable Chair, having it in the office of the President would create a clear conflict of interest. Thank you.
I therefore put the question that Section 28 be deleted as proposed by the Chair Jailak. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore put the global question that the provisions relating to the Office of the Attorney General Act 2012 be deleted from the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, the import is the same. The proposed amendments by Honorable Tongoyo falls because they were similar with Honorable Murugaras.
Provisions relating to the National Government Coordination Act 2013.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the National Government Coordination Act 2013 be amended as proposed.
Sections 2, 8, and new 12A.
Mover, kindly move.
I beg to move that the National Government Coordination Act 2013 be amended in its sections 2, 7, and 8 as shown on the order paper. The purport of the proposed amendment is to amend the provisions governing the nature, functions, and qualifications applicable to the post of the head of public service. Under this amendment, the head of public service is established in the executive office of the president. The order of the office is to be recommended by the Public Service Commission for appointment by the president. It's also to assign the head of public service the role of the chief of staff to the president in the executive office of the president. And also, further, the amendment saves and translates the rights and legitimate expectations of the person who was appointed as the head of public service by the president before passage of provisions proposed in the bill. And this is the reason why we have the last section preserving that office and translating it. So I beg to move.
I therefore propose the question that section 2, 8, and new 12A be amended as proposed by the Chair JLAC. Member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you. The amendments that have been proposed by our committee, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and the justification thereof. And Madam Speaker, I think it is important as members contribute to this also to look at the Principal Act, the National Government Coordination Act. And when you look at the objective clause, Section 3 of the National Government Coordination Act, the object of the Act was to facilitate the exercise of the powers of the President that are given under Article 130, 131 of the Constitution. And so that those functions are properly coordinated, there is need for this amendment so that the executive office of the President is given an administrative head who is now the head of public service and chief of staff, so that the President is assisted in terms of executing the functions and the authority that is assigned to the President under the Constitution. I think that is important. And in fact, as we also ventilate about it, if you look at the historical where we are coming from, even after the 2010 Constitution, there has not been a government after 2010 that has never had this office. And the office has existed at the whim of the President. And I find it very progressive that Parliament is now making it statutory, that it is no longer existing at the whim of the President. It is existing under a law, and there is a procedure for appointment, there are qualifications, and the extent of that office interacting with other officers is actually defined in law, so that a person is not given an office and it becomes a law unto themselves just because of the proximity to the head of state. I beg to support.
I therefore put the question that section 2, 8, and new 12A be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The import of that amendment is that before I give the import, Honorable Kajwang, take your seat. You are now becoming disorderly. I've indulged you. You don't even have your card. Kindly take your seat. I have already put the question. I will now put the global question that the provisions relating to the National Government Coordination Act 2013 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The import of that amendment is that the proposed amendment by Honorable Tongoyo falls because it was similar to Honorable Morugara's.
We have a new section. New section 7.2.
Mover, please move the amendment to new section 7.2.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I move that the new section 7.2 be amended as shown on the order paper, and we've given the justification.
Chair, you're supposed to move second reading. You're supposed, because it's a new, it is a, yes. You're supposed to move second reading.
Yes.
There is nothing possibly out of order when the mover is moving. Honorable Kajwang, you're being disorderly. Continue, Honorable Morugara.
May I move that the new section 7.2 proposed to be read a second time? Again, the justification is what we have actually given as regards these offices.
I therefore propose the question that new section 7.2 be read a second time. I will hear member for Kibwezi West. I'm looking at my board. Honorable Raso.
Honorable Chair, this is a sister clause to the one that we had ventilated before, and therefore my contribution to the same is similar to what we have said before, because it is just defining what the head of public service will mean in law.
I therefore put the question that new section 7.2 be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I therefore propose the question that new section 7.2 be part of the bill. Member. You're being disorderly, Honorable Kajwang. I said you take your seat, and you have actually stood all that time. I will tell you again, take your seat, Honorable Kajwang. Allow me to propose again that new section 7.2 be part of the bill. I put the question that new section 7.2 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There. I will first of all put the global question that the provisions relating to the National Government Coordination Act 2013 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2. Clause 2.
Allow me to propose the question. I propose the question that provision, that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Be in your place, Honorable Millie. You are actually becoming disorderly. Honorable Millie, you are becoming disorderly. Honorable Millie, I had not even gotten to you. You have become disorderly and you have come to shout at the chair. It is disorderly. Order, members, I put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Go on.
Clause 2. Clause 1, sorry.
I put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion? I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order members, we are done with the committee of the whole. I will ask the mover to move reporting. Move reporting.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I therefore put the question, which is that committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Does the chairperson want to move reporting? Chairperson to move reporting.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and also request the Honorable Njeri Maina, the very calm Njeri Maina, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Honorable Njeri Maina.
Calm.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, Millie Odhiambo is a very good senior lawyer, and I am wondering what is happening on the floor of Parliament, because we are here to learn as young members. Honorable Speaker, I hereby second.
The Honorable Njeri Maina, you are standing and you have the mic for some specific purpose. Could you go to it?
That is where I was, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, please.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby second. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Did I hear the Honorable T.J. Kajong? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I plead that the motion be amended to say that subject to a recommittal on the amendments to the National Government Coordination Act 2013, number 1, 2013, specifically on Section 2, Section 7, and Section 8. Mr. Speaker, we came here to debate. We are national leaders who are representative of the National Assembly. We came here with an open mind to be able to give our views, whether they are views of majority or minority. Of course, the minority will take the day, but the minority will have the say. The manner in which the amendments were brought were together. It became as a suit. Mr. Speaker, it came as a suit that the mover or the chair was allowed to move Section 2, Section 7, and Section 8. While some of us have no views, adverse views against Section 2, some of us could have opinions on Section 7. And some of us also could have Section 8. All we are asking is that they should be separated and debated differently. So that Section 2, which concerns the CAS, I also want to be a CAS one day, and I accept that. But Section 7 and Section 8, I have a problem of concentrating powers in the office of the civil service at the same time being the chief of staff. Because these things are different rubrics, and they are unconstitutional. We pass them today, they will come back to us. Because one person goes through the rigors of head of service, another person is a mutu wa mkono for the president. Head chief of staff is somebody that the president will appoint. So how do we oversight as a house? How do we oversight a chief of staff who has been brought by the chair? So this is the point I'm making, that could we recommit this to the House in committee so that we can debate it, whether we are minority or whether we are majority. Let the majority have it, but let minority be heard. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Kajwang, as I give the other members opportunity to speak to the matter that you are raising, because I've proposed the question. You are an old member of the House. I wanted to request you to approach the clerks so that if you indeed intend to recommit, you are fully compliant with the standing order provisions on recommittal. And I don't think that should be a problem. If you want to recommit, decisions of the House ultimately are made on the vote, isn't it? Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you. I can see Honorable Ichungwa trying to intimidate me. But I am unintimidatable. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank you for following House procedure. And I want to thank the whip of the majority for even doing a good job of whipping members so that they do what they should be doing on the floor of the House, which is defeating us by numbers. But that can never, ever take away my right of representation. Mr. Speaker, what has happened earlier on is actually shameful in a democratic country. You cannot deny members a chance to speak to a bill. And Mr. Speaker, the majority is lucky that they have actually, I'm not that passionate about this bill. But should somebody want to go to court on this bill, I want it to go on record that we were denied a chance to speak, not vote, to speak to this bill, using, and I'm on a point of order, using and following procedure. I have put my card. Honorable TJ was denied because he didn't have a card. I have a card. I put my card. I put both intervention and a chance to speak. Moderated, Mr. Speaker, the Madam Speaker has refused to give me a chance. And that's why I'm telling her she's my friend, but today she has embarrassed me. There is so much or so far we can go as a majority. Even when you have the numbers, use it by following what is provided constitutionally. You can't deny me a chance to speak. And I was telling Honorable Ichungwa what some of the members from his own side are saying quietly. That is very dictatorial and it denies members a chance to speak. Let members in this house be members. They are very intelligent members who have degrees here. But you are making people look here like vegetables. They cannot contribute in this house. What are we making this parliament? This parliament is becoming a joke of a house. That's why some of us hardly are in this house. Let this house be a house of debate and representation and oversight. So you can't make members come here and you make us look like flower girls. We refuse to be flower girls and we refuse to be intimidated. When I am here and I've come here to contribute, let me contribute when I've actually put my button to speak.
Know.
This is a joke.
You are going
Don't make this parliament a joke.
You will. Yes. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, your time has lapsed. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, your time has lapsed. Majority Leader, I did not give you opportunity because Honorable Millie Odhiambo was on a point of order. Those other few things you wanted to stand on a point of order on, by way of leadership, we can still deal with them under our standing orders. I want now, so that we make progress, order. We want to make progress. And the way to make progress is to allow Honorable Kajwang move the recommittal under the standing orders. We take a decision on it and we proceed. Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Would the majority leader approach the Speaker in the meantime?
Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words, subject to recommittal of the provisions relating to National Government Coordination Act. I also request Honorable Nyikal to second.
Honorable Nyikal, give Honorable Nyikal the mic.
I second.
Yes, so honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words, subject to recommittal of the provisions relating to the National Government Coordination Act. Will as many as, no, I've proposed the question. So I will allow some contribution. The Honorable TJ Kajwang, did I hear you to seek recommittal of the whole act? Or you are particular to particular clauses? No, it's not debating. It's not debating. You can see I'm being assisted by the systems. I want to be sure, Honorable Baya, Honorable Kajwang, I want to be sure about what we are subjecting for deliberations by the House, for the House's consideration. So I'm asking whether it was a recommittal of the whole report and the whole bill, or it was to specific sections. Could you give us that clarification? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be fair to the House. I also want to be fair to the majority leader who has this bill. And I want to be fair to the office of the Speaker. I am requesting recommittal only to provisions that relate to Section 2, Section 7.2, and Section 8. That is very clear. Honorable Bayer, we have been in this house
You
for a very long
said Section
time.
2?
We are old people. We can't mislead.
You said Section 2?
Section 2, Section 7, subsection 2, and Section 8. And Section 8. And and Section 8.
And now for clean records, would you move for recommittal again specific to those clauses?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of the provision of the National Government Coordination Act 2013, number 1 of 2013, specifically Section 2, Section 7, subsection 2, and Sections 8 as proposed. Thank you.
Who is seconding?
I ask Honorable
Honorable Nyikal, you can now second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second this, but we really must understand what we have come for. It is important that issues are debated, particularly important issues. To use the House to block is actually unfair. Now, what has happened now is what is important.
You're seconding.
I'm seconding, and I'm saying why I'm seconding. And it is important that in this House, we discuss what has happened now is what is important. Members who have been whipped to come in now have a chance to understand, to contribute. It does not matter which way they will vote. But when these things are passed here, when even then they're questioned, when we go to the public, people ask us, were you there? Did you follow? You know, some of us have even said, I didn't read. That is why I second, so that we have a chance to debate this. I second.
Honorable Member, now that we are proceeding with clarity, allow me to propose the question afresh. I propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of Clause 2, Clause 7, Subclause 2, and Clause 8 of the National Government Coordination Amendment. It's the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023. So, do we have interest on this? Honorable Kajuang, I have Honorable Owen Bayer. You want to say something? It is Honorable the Majority Leader.
Yes.
You take precedence. You take precedence. You don't need to use Honorable Owen Bayer to speak.
You know, I dropped my card as I rushed back after mobilizing the team to come back, Honorable Speaker. But thank you for indulgence. Honorable Speaker, I object to that recommittal. Honorable Speaker, and therefore would beg that you just put the question. There was absolutely no reason to recommit that clause, and I know the issues that Honorable TJ Kajuang had consulted me over. We had discussed that there are issues that can be addressed later with the kind of segregation he had desired. And since he's a member of the Committee of JLAC that considered this bill, is among the issues that would also have been considered by the committee at the committee stage, Honorable Speaker. And it's also not true, Honorable Speaker, that members have not had an opportunity to debate this particular bill. We are not in second reading. We're in the third reading of this bill. Committee of the Whole, Honorable Speaker, and therefore members, including my good friend, the Honorable Millie, had an opportunity to debate all the clauses and all the provisions of this particular bill. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we should not sit here as elected members of Parliament to listen to people telling us that they will go to court. Courts are open every day for people to go walk to court and do whatever you want to do in court. But when you are elected as a legislator, you come to the House at the right time, at the appointed time, at 2:30 p.m., like the Honorable Nyikal does every day, or the Honorable Kajuang. They are always here at 2:30. I was with the Honorable Kajuang here at noon for the House Business Committee. But a member cannot walk into the chamber at 5 p.m., demand to speak, then go on a tantrum, Honorable Speaker, throwing epithets at even the person of the Speaker, Honorable Speaker, including going to the extent against our own standing order number 87, to attempt to discuss the person of the Speaker or someone chairing the committee of the whole House as a Speaker, Honorable Chair, as a chair of a committee. Honorable Speaker, I know the Honorable Millie may not want to hear this, but young members like the Honorable Njeri Minor from Kirinyaga, who is calm and willing to learn from older members, ought to see more and better maturity from the older members. And I would really beg the Honorable Millie next time to exhibit the kind of maturity expected of her as a grandmother of the House, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I oppose this particular recommittal and urge the entire House to oppose the recommittal.
The Honorable TJ Kajuang, I doubt you can contribute having moved recommittal. Did I hear the Honorable Mishimboko to say she wants to say something to this? The Honorable Naomi Wako. Okay. The Honorable, this is Fatuma.
In case you forgot the second name. You forgot my second name is Fatuma Full Network.
No,
MP Migori County.
no,
Am I the one you are referring to, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Member, would you state your correct names?
My name is Fatuma Zainab Mohammed Full Network. Do you have a problem with the name, Mr.
Is
Speaker?
Full Network your name known
Yes,
by
it's
the
my
House?
name. It's my name, Mr. Speaker.
It will be confirmed. You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I only have one concern. All through, I've been sitting in this House as we went into the committee of the whole House. And I want to be very honest with you. There is no single bill that I had even what was read, because it was in a rush and there were members shouting and the bills were passed. And so I'm wondering, as a member of Migori County, if I happen to meet this bill, what will I say? I am speaking out of honesty, and I can swear to it, wallahi billahi. There's nothing that I had, and I'm not the only one who didn't hear. I didn't even want to contribute, but I wanted to hear what is being read. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ichungwa, just to be a man, men don't shout back at women. Please smile and look at me as I
Honorable
speak.
Fatuma,
Mr.
you
Speaker,
always address the Speaker and you keep to the standing orders in terms of relevance. You are addressing recommittal proposed by Honorable Kajuang. You are not addressing the majority leader. And the majority leader, for purposes of decorum in the House, is Honorable Ichungwa, not Mr. Ichungwa.
sorry, Honorable Ichungwa, I'm sorry about that. Through the Speaker, please accept my apology. Still, you are a minister because you are a decent man anyway. But my point is this, Mr. Speaker. I am a first-timer, and I sit in this House so that I learn. What I have learned today, if I was to walk outside and tell my people in Migori County about the bills that are passed in the House, I would say the bills are read and the majority say yes. What was read, I don't know, and I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Please, Mr. Speaker, may we behave in a manner that wananchi expect us. Mr. Speaker, we are being attacked outside, and today I was attacked on a television, national television, when I was being told that we don't speak in...
Honorable Speaker, on Standing Order 87 again, the Honorable Member for Migori is right in a place to stand and say that she is a new member and she ought to learn. And that is why those of us like myself and the Honorable Millie who have been here long enough and Honorable Kajwang, we have a duty to guide these new members. And the member for Migori was to speak on the recommittal by the Honorable TJ Kajwang. What I have listened to her saying, she is not speaking to the recommittal, she is telling the people of Migori that she does not know what is happening in the house. And you know, you cannot stand in the house and announce to the people who voted for you that you do not know what is going on. They voted for you because they believed you are the best, among us the best in Migori. Therefore, I would guide you, the member for Migori. Please do not tell the people of Migori that a bill was read, you do not know. They expected you to read, understand, contribute, propose amendments. You have not done that. Please do not exhibit that kind of... Honorable Speaker, I would really beg the member for Migori to contribute to the recommittal by the Honorable TJ Kajwang and not exhibit what she was exhibiting to the people of Migori.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Fatuma, you have 1 minute to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I stood on a point of order and I did not even put my card. Mr. Ichungwa, I went to school, and for your information, I even went to a school in Italy. You studied locally. I did not say that I do not know what's happening. I only said, and you are part, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ichungwa is part of the problem, that when the bill was being read, he was shouting here, and I could not even hear what was being said. But don't come here to intimidate me. You represent one constituency. I represent 8 constituencies. You are a minor to me. The time for Honorable
Fatuma is up. Order. You know, Honorable Millie, because she's been here along with the Majority Leader, has invented a mode of contribution in the House which is not known to the standing orders. I saw her dance at the Majority Leader. That is a mode of debate only known to the two of you, and it can only be outside the House. Don't do it here again. Honorable members, permit me to now put the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words, subject to recommittal of the provisions of Sections 2, Section 7, subsection 2, and Section 8 of the National Government Coordination Act. Will as many as are that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable members, we revert to reporting, and I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the national...
Mover to move third.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73.
Order, Majority Leader. The Honorable TJ Kajwang and the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, you cannot call for division when only two of you are standing. Yes.
Honorable Speaker,
Yeah, we can
I was
see.
standing
So notably, even including the majority leader, you don't meet the number required by the standing orders to force division.
And you know,
so let
thank you,
the
Honorable
mover move the third reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And you know I am never confused. So I can never have been standing for division or standing to move for third reading, which I now do. And I beg to move that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, be now read a third time. And I also request the Honorable Pauline Lenguris, the member for Samburu, to second.
Give her the mic.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I second.
Did I hear Honorable Millie say
Thank you,
you
Mr.
are the
Speaker.
majority leader?
I second.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, allow me to propose the question, which is that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, be now read a third time. Yes, Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang, on this one you can be heard.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes being in this House for a period of time arms people with experience. You see, in a very short while, Mr. Speaker, you have brought laughter into this House, and the temperatures have cooled. But just before you came in, we had members who I think should be here for a third time, so that when they become chair of committees, they know exactly how to handle committees. But
Honorable TJ Kajwang,
Mr. Speaker,
you cannot discuss the chair or the presiding officer before a speaker without a substantive motion. You even put the speaker in a very awkward position, you understand? So could you deal with the debate absent that?
I withdraw those statements. But, Mr. Speaker, this will haunt us. It will come back to us someday. I'm not going to go to court. I'm no longer a lawyer. I'm a legislator. This is my place to say things, and things must be done here. And so I must not threaten anybody about court of law. Those court of law will take their chance. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, this is still going to another house. The point we are making is a very simple one. Mr. Speaker, to join the head of service at the same time to be the chief of staff are two different nomenclature. One is a public officer that we oversight because he is the head of service. But the other is an appointee of the president who at best is a minister. He's a minister. If you go to all the Commonwealth, a chief of staff is almost as a minister. A president decides who becomes, in fact, this is a person who actually can go to the kitchen of the president. And is allowed worldwide to take his most loyal person to be the chief of staff. But the head of civil service is another matter. He need not be the person who is most loyal to the president. He need to be a person who is loyal to the country, so that we can oversight him. These are issues, big issues, which will still come back. Other people will interpret it. Maybe the courts of law, I do not know. Maybe the obutatas will take these things to the court of law, I don't know. But I can tell you that this is unconstitutional to the extent that it is mixing public service and the chief of staff. It is very unconstitutional. But because the majority have said so, so be it. But the record will show that on this day, TJ Kajwang stood on his place and said that this is unconstitutional. And I am sure the person who is the head of civil service
who is also the chief of staff, is watching this. He may push it for all I care, but it is still unconstitutional. Unconstitutional. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Millie Grace Akoth Odhiambo Mbona, the MP for Suba North.
Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank Honorable Kajwang for what is indicated. Our concern is that when you are a member of parliament, you must be heard, because that is our representation role. And one of the things that I wanted to say earlier to the bill is the issue of unconstitutionality of some of the issues that are being raised. And I know we don't have the numbers, so Honorable Ichungwa could have easily raised his members to defeat, but having had a chance for us to speak. And I'm hoping the majority side can take cognizance of the things that we are saying for purposes of human rights and good governance. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I am proudly serving as a third member, a third term elected. If you add as nominated, I'm serving my fourth term. So I'm very familiar with when the real business of the House is. And especially because of the jokes we've been having here, I don't come for the time of any other business. I come to the House when we deal with real issues, legislation that affects lives. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I was here in time to deal with this issue. So I just want to encourage my loving sister Njeri, please learn from me. I am serving my third term, senior most woman member of parliament. Honorable Chungwa, please underline that. And as my sister is learning from me, she will come back 3-4 times and even become governor because she's learning at my feet. But if you follow somebody like Chungwa, who I'm told has not gone to Italy to study, you will fail miserably. So please, follow the Honorable Millie Odhiambo of this House, who can do excellent work. And I just want to tell Honorable Ichungwa that I actually won. Even having called the former president names, they still recognize my sterling work in this House for the work that I've done, and the work I continue to do, and the work I will continue to do. This you cannot take away from me. Sharp to the core. Thank you. I don't support.
The Honorable Millie Odhiambo, the only thing you forgot today was to remind Honorable Ichungwa that you are with the president in school at the same time. Honorable members, allow me now to put the question. I've confirmed we have the necessary quorum to dispose of this. And I therefore put the question, which is that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make various amendments to statute law on national government administration and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 13, the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2023, second reading.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I again rise on standing order number 87. Because, Honorable Speaker, as was being canvassed by the Honorable Millie, those of us that have been here long enough have a duty of care to those who are new. And it is not fair, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from that noise.
Order. those members who are engaging in other national duties outside the House can leave quietly.
It is a member for Soy.
They can leave quietly. Those members, the Honorable Ngeleche, I know you are busy with some other parliamentary duties outside of the plenary. You may leave quietly so that the majority leader can be heard in silence.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying, and you've rightly put it, when the Honorable TJ attempted to take that route of discussing the conduct of a chair of a committee of the whole, who is sitting in on behalf of the Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, during the committee of the whole, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo attempted to do the same, to not only discuss the conduct of the person, of the chairperson, but to throw epithets at the person who was chairing the committee of the whole. And I want to agree with Honorable Millie that the likes of the Honorable Njeri have a lot to learn from those of us who are older here, and therefore we must not leave it to pass. And we must, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, allow the Speaker to listen to the majority leader. Well, if you have something to say, you will surely have your chance to do so. Let us debate and let us listen.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying because the chair of the committee at the time even tried to...
Honorable Millie, the Honorable Majority Leader is on a point of order. And I can assure you, you risk being declared disorderly.
Honorable Speaker, you will indulge the Honorable Millie for obvious reasons. You had her call the only Pauline Lenguris, the majority leader, and said you will notice as she walks out that she's really the majority. And Millie also danced on the floor of the House, only that we never liked her dance because there was nothing majority in her dance. There was only minority in her dance. But Honorable Speaker, on a more serious issue, the issue of discussing the person of the chairperson of that of the Speaker, you cannot do that without bringing a substantive motion to the floor of the House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to beg you that you do find the Honorable Millie Odhiambo to have been completely out of order, so that those of us who are new in this House do not take it for granted that you can rise in your place, shout, throw epithets at the person of the Speaker, of the chairperson of a committee, even committees, departmental committees and our select committees when they are sitting. When that a person, even a fellow member is chairing that committee, is doing that on behalf of the Speaker. And therefore need to carry ourselves with the dignity and respect that we demand to be given to us as honorable members of Parliament. If you want to be respected as a member, you must also respect that person who is chairing the House, either as a chairperson of the committee of the whole or as Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that is why we see many of us refrain ourselves from saying things that we would otherwise want to say to even fellow members, Honorable Speaker, including Millie Odhiambo, who is my very good friend. There are certain things I would have said about her, but I can never say them on record because I respect her as an honorable member, but I expect her to equally respect whoever is chairing the committee of the whole or whoever is chairing the House as a temporary Speaker, Honorable Speaker. And therefore want you to find that the Honorable Millie Odhiambo was grossly out of order. And may I also plead with Honorable Millie Odhiambo, Honorable Speaker, through you, to be a good example to fellow members, especially those who are new, so that we all learn and dignify this House. We cannot dignify the House by shouting. We don't dignify the House by being disorderly and defying what the Speaker is saying, Honorable Speaker. We dignify the House by being honorable members, Honorable Speaker, and I really want to beg that moving forward, even the Honorable Millie Odhiambo will allow the 20 years of experience that she has gained in this House to be a member in good standing even with fellow members, so that the member for Migori, the member for Busia, the member for Kirinyaga can learn from, Millie today is the grandmother of the House. She is the oldest female member of the House. She is the grandmother of the House. Honorable Kainan is the grandfather of the House today, but he carries himself with the dignity befitting a grandfather of the House. I therefore really want to beg the Honorable Millie. I know there are moments of humor but also that should come with some dignity to the house and to herself as the grandmother of the house, or what is popularly called shosh in the parlance out there. And she is indeed the shosh of the house, but I want to beg her to also dignify that position of a ranking member of the house and the grandmother of the house. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Millie, you certainly don't need to raise on a point of order. You can be sure you have a right to respond, not as a matter of point of order. In fact, I was coming to you. Yeah, but give Honorable Millie the mic. Honorable Millie, would you be limited to confirming what the majority leader said? Because if it goes beyond that, then it would require much more than I would be permitted to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it becomes very difficult to confirm what the Speaker, the majority leader was saying, because he said so many things. He talked about another member being the majority leader, and that you will see it when she's walking out. And from where I sit, she is majority leader. You can see it when she's walking out, so I can confirm that. And secondly, he also mentioned, that I'm the shosh of the house. No, I'm not the shosh of the house. I'm the Dani of the house. And I'm very proudly the Dani of the house. I'm not the shosh of the house. But you also mentioned...
Honorable Millie, what is shosh, Dani? What are those?
Shosh.
Make the speaker understand your contribution. I know as a lawyer, sometimes you speak in Latin, but I've not met those in Latin.
Yes. My understanding is shosh is grandmother in Kikuyu. I am just clarifying that I am Dani, which is grandmother in Luo. So I'm not shosh. I am grandmother in Luo. And Dani is also a very fond word because I look like my grandmother, Aringo Meja Nyobiero, Nyamin Captain. So yes, I am Dani of the house. I'm Dani Nyobiero Meja Ringo.
Okay.
So I am okay.
I get you, Honorable Millie.
Honorable Millie. But now, can I also confirm the other issue that he raised?
Please, Honorable Millie.
Yes.
Just say it. You remember I stood you up and I limited your response to either confirming what the majority leader raised or denying. So did I hear you to deny?
Mr. Speaker, I have talked about some of the issues.
Because Honorable Millie,
so I am getting to another one.
Honorable Millie,
the third one.
Honorable Millie, get
yes.
If you deny, there is a particular way the Speaker wants to direct we proceed. If you confirm, there is also a particular way the standing orders mandate the Speaker to proceed. So can you take aside so that...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, actually that is what I'm in the process of doing. And you are a lawyer, and if you are even in a court of law, you hardly told yes, no, because you have to explain yourself. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the majority leader for bringing the debate this way. And the reason he's done that is that he's actually anchoring his discussions on democracy and governance principles, meaning we must be heard. When you are not heard, you will use any other means to be heard. Nonetheless, I just want to challenge the majority leader to bring the Hansard and see on record. Tell me what I said on record, because I was never given a chance. No record, please.
Honorable Millie.
No record, give me what I said.
Millie,
on record.
Order. So you deny what the majority leader says. You don't confirm. This is the direction. Honorable Millie, I've understood you. Honorable Millie, that you will withdraw. Withdraw that so that the Speaker can give the appropriate directions on the matter raised by the majority leader. You may not be on record, but you are audibly heard.
And then can I also draw it?
Honorable Millie, would you withdraw the word delusional in reference to the member you used the word?
Chair,
in line
you
with the
must
standing orders?
be fair as a lawyer. If I said something on record, I withdraw it on record. If I said it off record, I withdraw it off record.
Honorable Millie, the records bear you saying somebody within the House, a member, is delusional. And I'm saying that word is unparliamentary. Make it easy for the Speaker to preside over the House.
Okay, Chair, I want to replace it with the words that is not entirely truthful.
Just withdraw it. It cannot be used in reference to any member.
No, I've just said it's not entirely truthful. That's very close.
I want the word, and I've directed Honorable Millie, that the word delusional as applied in reference to a member of the House be withdrawn by you.
Chair,
just withdraw it. It does not hurt. Just withdraw it.
Chair, it hurts, but I will withdraw. It hurts thoroughly because I believe it is, but I withdraw. It hurts.
Thank you for withdrawing. Yeah, so honorable members, allow me. Majority leaders raised concerns decorum within the House and the manner in which we should proceed while on the House during debate, whether in the plenary or in the committee of the whole. The difficulty the Speaker finds himself in is that he was not in the House when those matters that the majority leader mentioned were raised. And so the Speaker, now presiding, is not fully informed. These matters were also not part of the report from the Committee of the Whole, which all members present would agree were restricted to the consideration of the bill that was on issue. Now, because of that, we cannot make a firm direction, regrettably, requiring the member accused of having made those actions or conducted themselves in that manner to withdraw or apologize. I want to leave it at that and confirm that because everything that happens in the House is recorded, if it is not reflected in the answered, we have other processes that allow necessary inquiry and establishment of the truth. I would request that if there were any instances of misconduct or behavior that is unparliamentary in the Committee of the Whole as indicated by the majority leader, they took those approaches. And those approaches include our proceeding under the standing orders to name if there can be evidence, or even proceeding under the act governing the immunities and privileges and the code of conduct to which members are bound. So I want to direct that the matter rests because it would be impossible for the Speaker in these circumstances to conclusively determine what truly happened, but leave it open to the majority leader or any other member concerned at how we should behave at one another, or towards one another while debating in this honorable House, to pursue it through those other avenues prescribed under the standing orders. I think I want to leave it at that. We were in the next order. The next order had been called. Who is moving? Yeah, proceed. Proceed, Deputy Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take the pleasure to move the National Lands Commission Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to make amendments to the National Land Commission Act number 5 of 2012 to confer back to the National Land Commission the power to continue reviewing all grants or disposition of public land to establish their propriety or legality since Section 14 of the Act has lapsed. Honorable Speaker, the bill further seeks to allow the National Land Commission to continue admitting and processing historical land injustices Injustices claim, since the Act provides that a historical land claim may only be admitted, registered, and processed by the National Land Commission if it is brought within 5 years from the date of the commencement of the Act. Honorable Speaker, it is very important to note that in 2010, when we were establishing this new constitution, many people went to vote for this constitution because many historical land injustices were going to be tackled by this law. Honorable Speaker, before the 2010 constitution, there had been many commissions, including the Dungu Commission, including the Njongojo Commission, and including many other commissions which went out there to find out which was the issue that was bedeviling land in this country. Honorable Speaker, it was established that there were very many cases of historical land injustices at the coast, in the Rift Valley, in Central, and the whole of this country. And the conclusion was we needed a body, an institution that would handle historical land injustices in this country. And therefore, the National Lands Commission was born with one of the key mandates under Article 67 to look and establish what were the issues and tackle them and give the people a reprieve. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, the National Lands Commission was born. But then, the new law that came in, the National Lands Commission Act, came in and limited the operation of the Constitution by putting a limit, a time limit to it. And yet, the Constitution did not put a time limit. But a statute of this House was prepared under the National Lands Commission bill, and that bill put a time limit on handling historical land injustices. It put a limit also on review of grants, which actually a court in this country has ruled that this law, or that section, which gave a limit, a time limit to investigating historical land injustices, was actually unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, we have an opportunity today, as we move in this bill, to actually right that wrong, that we put a time limit to historical land injustices in the law. So what does this bill what does my amendment mean? Honorable Speaker, the National Land Commission Act, Section 14, subsection 1, which reads that subject to Article 68C(4) of the Constitution, the Commission shall, within 5 years of the commencement of the Act, on its own motion or upon a complaint by the national or county government, a community or an individual, review all grants or disposition of public land to establish their propriety or legality is amended by deleting the expression within 5 years. So what we are doing in this law is to delete the expression within 5 years. This expression within 5 years has actually killed National Lands Commission. And yet, National Lands Commission is a constitutional body which the Constitution did not give a time limit, but a law within this House, that was done in this House, actually gave a time limit. And it has many people, especially at the coast and many other places, have lost hope, Honorable Speaker, because of that time limit. So what we are going to do in this law, in my amendment, is we are going to strike out the part that reads within 5 years of the commencement of the Act and leave it open so that as many cases can be received by the National Lands Commission, they can be handled and determined. And that is the essence. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the bill further proposes to amend Section 14 of the National Land Commission Act by deleting subsection 9, which provides that the Commission may, where it considered it necessary, petition Parliament to extend the period for undertaking the review specified in subsection 1. Honorable Speaker, when the law lapsed, no other body came to this Parliament to request an extension. But by the virtue that we are deleting that section that says within 5 years, therefore, subsequently, we also must delete Part 9 or Section 9 of that law. Honorable Speaker, currently, the Commission receives a budget from this National Assembly. The Commission has officers and all that, but its work is impeded from addressing any complaints dealing with public land and providing redress, even where there are clear and apparent cases of illegality in the disposition relating to public land because of the time limitation. Honorable Speaker, today as we speak, the National Lands Commission is a lame duck, is a dog that cannot bite. It's an institution that is there that is not helping. Because of that, the many cases that were received actually from the coast on public land that was stolen, on reasons why today there are so many squatters, that this government is allocating a lot of money to go and buy land, which on its own should not have been bought, is because we have killed National Lands Commission. But Honorable Speaker, we have hope, an array of hope, for the many squatters that are out there that have been waiting for justice for many years. I want to invite you, Honorable Speaker, and the members of this House to seize this opportunity to liberate the land at the coast and allow that all those people that are sitting now as squatters find solace in this parliament, that for once they will own land, they will develop, and they will have an opportunity to be like other Kenyans. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Section 15 of the Principal Act, subsection 3A, which provides that a historical land claim may only be admitted, registered, and processed by the Commission if it is brought within 5 years from the date of commencement of this Act, is hereby amended and deleted in this amendment. Honorable Speaker, I want to invite these members to join me in deleting this very oppressive part of the law so that we give our people and Kenyans an opportunity. You know, many people will say, Owen is moving this matter because a lot of people are at the coast. There are people in the Rift Valley, especially in the Kericho region, who are suffering because of this part. They want to bring petitions to the National Lands Commission to get help, but they cannot get help because of this unconstitutional provision that was put in the law. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I want to say this, that this bill further proposes to amend Section 15 of the National Land Commission Act by deleting subsection 11, which provides that the provisions of this section shall stand repealed within 10 years. Honorable Speaker, this amendment will allow the Commission to continuously admit, register, and process historical injustices claims and handle disputes that had not been brought within the limitation period uninterrupted. Honorable Speaker, I must say this in this House. There are many people who are afraid out there, and they are peddling lies that Owen's amendments will actually make people investigate private land. I want to put it on record in this House. All that private land was once public land. And how it transitioned from public to private is what we want to know. Just that. Why are people so afraid? Why would you be afraid of this amendment? Honorable Speaker, I want to say that these historical land injustice hearings have been there. It has not done any harm to anyone. The National Lands Commission has been doing listening and all that, and nobody has really been targeted or anything. But today we are bringing this amendment and people saying, oh, you know, we are targeting. We are not targeting. We want squatters in this country to have an opportunity to own land. Those people who have historical claims, those who went to the Nchonjo Commission, those who went to the Ndungu Commission, those people who went to many commissions, we have a reprieve in the National Land Commission, Honorable Speaker, where we can take our claims. They will be heard by the commissioners, and a determination will be made. If you did not steal any public land, you will have your land. But if you stole public land, and that land had people who were there before, please give it up because it belongs to those people. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the amendment to Section 15
Hold on. We have a problem of technology.
Honorable Speaker, sorry, you know Cupcake is my friend, so I can say a few things to him. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. All the above stated amendments that we want to make will be a significant change, will bring significant change as we'll transform the review of the Commission from a bounded, time-limited endeavor into an open-minded, ongoing activity, since until today, there are many cases relating to grants and disposition. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, and I want to say this because it's very important that I say it. Courts in this country, the judiciary system, is very expensive for the peasants at the coast and many other places. They cannot afford to hire a lawyer to go and defend a case in court. They don't have that luxury. The National Land Commission was actually formed as a quasi-judicial form to give an opportunity to the poor people to be heard. Today, you have people who come, they go to court, claim that this land is theirs, and because this is a poor person from the coast or other region, they cannot get justice at the courts. But the National Land Commission gave people an opportunity to be heard, both the rich and the poor. For us to kill the National Land Commission using a law, a statute of the House, and yet the Constitution gave the people an opportunity to be heard, is being unjust to this country and to the hoi polloi of this nation. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members, this is the opportunity we must stand up to defend the poor people who cannot afford funds to go to court to claim their land. This is the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, that those for a long time have been oppressed historically have an opportunity to get a solution to their problems. Honorable Speaker, this is the opportunity that as members of Parliament, we must stand with the spirit of the 2010 Constitution and be counted as people who stood up when everybody else did not want the poor people to be represented. Honorable Speaker, I beg you that as we move forward, that these members, these honorable members who sit in this chamber, look at those people who have suffered historically, those who have never seen a title deed from 1963, those whose title deeds have been quashed by other bodies, those whose lands have been grabbed by people who only know how to grab land. Honorable Speaker, even the freedom fighters, the Mau Mau, fought the war of Mau Mau, but when they came back, the land that they owned had been taken away by those people who sided with the British. This is the moment, this is the opportunity, and I want to urge this House that we stand with the poor of this country and give them an opportunity to be heard using the National Land Commission. The National Land Commission is the only last frontier for the poor people of this country. As I finish, Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Honorable Member, who is also the Chair of the Lands Committee, to second this motion. I invite you to second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Joash Nyamoko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity for me to second this motion. Let me start by thanking the Honorable Member for Kilifi North, for the passionate way in the way he has moved these particular amendments. I want to confirm to you, Madam Speaker, that we've had an opportunity to sit with the Honorable Member. We've had discussions, very robust engagements, and we do realize that these amendments, which have been sponsored by the Honorable Member, will go a long way in ensuring that we give life and we resuscitate the activities of the National Land Commission. Madam Speaker, let me say that the objective of this particular bill is the amendments of Section 14 of the National Land Commission Act, number 5 of 2012, to restore the National Land Commission's power to review grants and positions of public land for the propriety and legality. In addition, the bill seeks to amend Section 15 of the Act to enable the Commission continue admitting and processing historical land injustice claims which lapsed in September 21st, 2021. The Commission's power to review grants and process historical land injustices expired, leading to a gap in its mandate. As a result, many historical land injustice claims remain unsolved due to time limit, necessitating the restoration of the Commission's authority in this regard. What we have, Madam Speaker, at the moment, what is obtaining at the moment is that the National Land Commission is not able to process some of these cases which are reported to it simply because of this time limit. And what is being proposed here is a continuation and sustainability of this very motive aspect of injustices. The bill underwent its first reading on Wednesday, 27th September 2023, and it was subjected to public participation in accordance to the constitutional requirements and our standing orders, Madam Speaker. The Departmental Committee on Lands engaged with the sponsor of the bill, as highlighted, and solicited comments from various stakeholders through an advertisement which was done on 2nd October 2023. We did receive a number of memorandum from various stakeholders, including the National Land Commission, the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, the Kenya Land Alliance, and also the State Department of Lands and Fiscal Planning. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of the committee for their dedication, for their diligence in examining the bill, and I also want to thank the Office of the Speaker, the clerks, who have served the committee for their leadership and guidance throughout the legislative process. I also want to thank all those who are involved in processing this particular bill. I want to end by saying that this is a very crucial exercise, actually the two amendments which are going to be done, and it will give life to the National Land Commission. At the moment, we have so many cases which have been reported. Some are reported to the National Assembly, some go to the Committee on Petitions, and some even go to the National Land Commission. By ensuring that we're able to effect these amendments, I'm very sure it will be a reprieve to the citizens of this country. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll want to second.
Thank you. I therefore propose that the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2023, be read a second time. I'll give this chance to Honorable Mishi, if not in the House, Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa wakati huu na mimi kuweza kutoa mchango wangu katika mambo ya tume ya National Land Commission. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niweze kumpongeza ndugu yangu Owen Baya. Tumeangalia historia hasa katika ukanda wa Pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hii tume ya kuangalia mambo ya mashamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa ikisaidia sana na ikatoa uwazi wa mambo halisi yalivyo kule chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wetu wanateseka sana. Kwa mfano hata kwa sasa hivi baada ya tume hii kuweza kuangazia dhulma za historia za mashamba, kuna watu mpaka sasa waangaishwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri shahiri kuwa tume hii ilichaguliwa na iliweza kutengwa ili iweze kusaidia historia ya dhulma za mashamba na mambo kama hayo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili mnyonge aweze kupata haki yake, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mpaka sasa hivi tunavyozungumza, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata sisi pia tumeleta malalamishi ambayo yametoka katika kaunti zetu, na unajua ukanda wa Pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa ndio chanzo kikubwa cha kupata dhulma za kihistoria za mashamba, Mheshimiwa Spika. Watu wetu wamekaa kama squatter, na ukiangalia katika mashamba yale, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna watu wamekaa zaidi ya miaka 200, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini ile dhulma ambayo wanafanyiwa, hasa ukiangalia wakazi wa pale Majengo, pale Mwembe Kuku, kuna kule Bondeni, Kisiwi, hawa ni wakazi ambao wanalalamika mpaka sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, hawajapata haki yao. Na hii tume ikiweza kupunguzwa muda ama kuwekwa muda rasmi, itakuwa hawana mwanya wa kuweza kujieleza zaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa watu itokeza tu, yeye amepotea, amekaa nje miaka yote, lakini anakuja kunadi kuja kuwapatia wale wazee wasiwasi, akiwaambia atawavunjia nyumba zao waweze kuondoka, wakati ambapo wamekuwa wakilipa kodi kwa zaidi ya miaka 50. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria iko wazi kuwa Wakenya waweze kupewa ithibati ya shamba, Wakenya waweze kupata hizi title deed, wakae kwa amani. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini unapata kuna watu wanawanyanyasa, na ndio maana tume hii iliwekwa ili kuweza kuangalia masala haya. Licha ya kuwa mimi naweza kusupport mjadala huu Mheshimiwa Spika, ili tume kama hii iweze kukaa na iwekwe wazi, siwekewe vizingiti ya miaka 5, iwe itaweza kuhudumu miaka yote, ndio tupate shida ambazo Wakenya wanapata. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini nawapa wale tume ya shamba, mimi nawapa changamoto. Mmefanya kesi nyingi, mmesikia mambo mengi ya mashamba, mmesikia vilio vya watu wengi. Mmefanya kitu gani mpaka sasa kuhakikisha kuwa hawa watu wetu wanapata haki zao? Mheshimiwa Spika, hii tume ni nzuri sana, lakini pia mimi naomba iwe inaweza kujikwamua kuweza kutatua matatizo yaliyoko, Wakenya waweze kupata haki zao, kama vile tunavyoona wazee wetu Council of Elders Mombasa wamelia sana. Mzee Sumba amelilia mashamba mpaka saizi anazeeka, umri umekwenda, lakini anatoa machozi, wanavunjiwa wakati serikali imenyamaza. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka nimwambie ndugu yangu Owen Baya, tumetoka sote ndani ya pwani, tunajua matatizo ya watu wetu, na ndugu yangu Owen Baya uko katika mrengo wa serikali. Mimi naomba uingilie kati pia, hata kama tunatetea National Land Commission, na wao pia waweze kujibidiisha kuhakikisha kuwa zile haki za wanyonge na wao wanajua, waweze kuzipigania, hawa ndugu zetu waweze kupata title deed, waweze kukaa kwa amani. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati mwingine mimi nikikaa huanza kulia machozi nikiona vile watu wangu wanavyodhalilishwa. Wazee, makaburi yao, mahali ambapo wamelala, wanaangaishwa. Mtu anatoka kule Oman anakusanya hapo rent hapo ndani ya Mombasa, na yeye hata nchi yake ni nyingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo na mimi naomba pia National Land Commission waweze kuangazia kwa serikali, waambie hawa ni Wakenya wazaliwa, hata kama ni wanyonge, hawana pesa za kwenda kotini, hawana pesa za kuweza kujitetea, lakini serikali itoke kuwatetea wanyonge ambao ni Wakenya, waweze kupata haki yao. Kwa hiyo mimi leo Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mjadala huu wa leo nikisema National Land Commission iweze kuachwa ifanye kazi bila kuwekewa vizingiti vya wakati, lakini pia nayo ijibidiishe kuweza kutoa ile matukio ambao wamepata na kutupatia uthabiti wa kuwa watu fulani tuliwasikiza vilio vyao, na leo tumetoa utatuzi, wamepata hati miliki za shamba. Pengine mtu alipokonywa shamba yake ameregeshewa shamba lake, lakini ikiwa watakuwa wanakaa tu Nairobi, kuita watu njoo Mombasa, njoo Nairobi, akija na lala hoteli, hana pesa, hana nini, kisha wanabaki hivyo hivyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kubali. Wao pia wawajibike kama National Land Commission, wawajibike kuhakikisha kuwa wanapatia watu wetu haki zao, wawajibike kuonyesha kuwa kazi waliopewa, japokuwa wanalipwa na Mkenya yule ambaye yuko chini, na wao waonyeshe matokeo ya kazi ambao wameifanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo leo mimi naunga mkono nikisema National Land Commission isiweze kutolewa, isiweze kusitishwa, wala isiwekewe mipaka, iwachwe huru, miaka nenda miaka rudi, tuwe nayo, iwe inaweza kusaidia Wizara ya Ardhi kuweza kufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, pale kwenye Ardhi House kuna uozo mkubwa sana. Leo tukisema tunawaachia pale, wao ndo wachukue kila kitu wafanye. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wanaenda pale, mtu maskini umekaa ndani ya nyumba yako miaka 100, miaka 50, unasikia mtu amekuja na title deed anasema pale ni mahala pake. Uozo huu huko pale katika Ardhi House, na ndio maana mimi kama mama Mombasa nasema tusiwachie mamlaka yote. Wizara ya Ardhi imetufeli miaka mingi sana, tuache mwanya wa kuweza kutatua disputes ambazo ziko, mwanya wa kuweza kusikiliza wale ambao walala hoi, ambao wanalia kule chini, manake mnyonge mnyongeni, lakini haki yake mpeni. Na leo mimi nalia pamoja na baba yangu Hassan Sumba nikisema haki zao za watu wa Majengo, watu wa Mwembe Kuku, watu wa Bondeni wapewe haki zao. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante Mheshimiwa Zamzam. Kama hujamaliza utakuwa umesalia dakika 5 kwenye kikao kijacho, kama utapenda kuendelea na mswada huo. lakini kwa sasa tunaingia kwenye kuahirisha shughuli la bunge kama ilivyoelekezwa hapo awali, ili kujadili swala mahususi la dharura na muhimu kwa taifa kama ilivyoelekezwa na Spika, ambayo itakuwa ikiwasilishwa na Mheshimiwa Korere. Utakuwa na nafasi ya dakika 10, Mheshimiwa Sara Korere, na vile vile mwenzako ambaye pia alikuwa na hoja kama hiyo, Mheshimiwa Mwangi Kiunjuri, nitampa nafasi dakika 10, alafu mwingine yeyote ambaye atataka kuchangia atapata nafasi ya dakika 5. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Korere, nafasi ni yako. Tutarudi kwa huu mswada kwenye kikao kijacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I moved a motion of the notice of adjournment of the House on the definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the escalating state of insecurity in Laikipia. Madam Speaker, we are all aware that security of the citizens of Kenya and their property is a constitutional right. And as we speak, Madam Speaker, the residents of Laikipia North, and especially Mgogodo East and parts of Segera Ward, have been denied that very important and constitutional right. Madam Speaker, it's very difficult for members of parliament to go on their daily duties while the people we represent are actually being terrorized in their own homes. They can't go about their own personal businesses because of these terrorists called bandits. And Madam Speaker, sometimes I really wonder what this thing called cattle rustling is. Whatever it is robbery with violence. And if it is robbery with violence, the robbers must be met by equal violence from the state. Madam Speaker, as I stand on the floor of this House today, the residents of Laikipia North, from December last year to date, actually we've been visited by terror, a group that has rained a lot of terror on the constituents. And Madam Speaker, nobody is safe. Even our security agencies on the ground are not safe. As I speak here, Madam Speaker, on 6th of February 2024, Mediaku Meshami was attacked in his home at Iripolei. They drove away 80 herds of goats, and he was left nursing a gunshot wound on his leg. Madam Speaker, on March 2nd, Abraham Lepiet, a Class 6 people, was attacked by bandits, and 78 goats from their family were driven away, and the boy was left with serious gunshot wounds. Madam Speaker, on March, 15th March, Lolmarik farm was attacked and 200 herds of cows was driven away and nothing has been recovered to date. Madam Speaker, in December 29th of 2022, Mr. Getumbe's 61 cows were driven away, and to date, nothing has been recovered. Madam Speaker, I can go on and on and on. But Madam Speaker, on 31st of March, residents of Sanga were attacked, and the home of Chief Kisio and his family was attacked. 400 herds of cattle were driven away, and a 12-year-old boy, one John Lesalaun, was left to fight for his life. As I speak on the floor of this House, that boy is still in ICU, fighting for his life. Madam Speaker, on 8th of April, again they attacked a homestead in Gratton and shot one Brian Kenywa, a 17-year-old boy who is still nursing gunshot wounds at the Cottage Hospital. Madam Speaker, what am I saying? All our cattle and goats and sheep and camels which are being driven away by this ruthless militia is driven into Mugogodo Forest. Mugogodo Forest is one of the most indigenous and well-preserved forests in this country. Courtesy of the Yaku people and the Rungwesi people who have used traditional knowledge to preserve that forest. But as we speak today, that forest is a no-go zone for those people. That forest have got new dwellers, very recent dwellers, heavily armed bandits who have moved into that forest with their families and kicked everybody out, and they come steal from the residents and drive all our livestock in that forest. My question, and I'm begging an answer from the government, is Mugogodo Forest not in Kenya? What does the Kenyan government lack to do a thorough operation in Mugogodo Forest? And Madam Speaker, these bandits are so ruthless. When they attack homesteads, which they know nobody is armed, you wonder why they can't just drive the livestock away and leave these children to go about with their daily lives, go to school without killing them, maiming them, and leaving a lot of pain behind. And Madam Speaker, you know, we just came out of a very bad drought that has not been witnessed in the last 40 years or so. And 90% of our livestock was swept away by the drought. And Madam Speaker, for those people who still have livestock today, they did a lot of sacrifice to have those livestock. Some of them drove their livestock to Mount Kenya forest. They braced the cold of Mount Kenya forest, the diseases in Mount Kenya forest. Some of them bought hay for their animals. Some of them hired grass from the neighboring ranches just to make sure that they save those little livestock, which is their main source of income, Madam Speaker. Those livestock is what we sell to educate our children. Those livestock is what we sell to get food. Those livestock is our life, Madam Speaker. And as we speak, what was left by the drought is being taken away from us forcefully in broad daylight. Madam Speaker, the other day, His Excellency, the President was in Laikipia on 12th, and we raised the issue with him. And the President is so passionate about making sure that Northern Kenya is secure. And as the President was addressing the issue in Rumuruti, in broad daylight, at midday, they shot dead Daniel Karisho, who is a very successful farmer, who is an NPR, you know, at midday. When the President is on the other side of the county, the bandits are putting an operation on the other side of the county. And Madam Speaker, we'll be burying Karisho on Friday. You wonder, what has he done to deserve that kind of death? Madam Speaker, I would want to beg this House that we cannot keep on crying on the floor of this House. Baringo is crying, Samburi is crying, Laikipia is crying, Elgeyo Marakwet is crying, Sijui West Pokot is crying. I don't know whether Tiachi is laughing, but Madam Speaker, I'm just asking, for how long? What does the government lack to deal with these bandits once and for all? And Madam Speaker, we cannot be, you know, sometimes there was operations that are normally done in these areas. And when these operations are done, we hear a lot of noise, a lot of human rights activists. IPOA, I want to ask IPOA and the human rights activists.
Member for Tiati, what is out of order? Members, kindly use your cards for intervention and for contribution.
Mr. Speaker, I did not want to interrupt the honorable member whom I consider my for many reasons. But Madam Speaker, you heard what she said. I mean, that was quite cynical coming from her, that she doesn't know whether Tiati is crying or is laughing. I mean, why does it have to be Tiati? Yet I know the problem she's talking about, the bandit she's talking about are most likely from Samburu. How did Tiati come in? Can she just withdraw that? Because for the first time, Madam Speaker, we are debating insecurity in this house without being caused by my people. And she's just finding a way of mentioning Tiati.
Member for Tiati, don't debate.
Why does she want to mention Tiati for no reason?
Don't debate, because I had Honorable Korere mention very many counties.
Yeah.
Maybe
no, she knows what she...
You have made your point. Honorable Kamket, you've made your point. Honorable Korere.
As I wind up, I think Kamket is quoting me out of context. I just looked across the aisle and I saw him laughing, so I'm sorry. I don't mean anything. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, these bandits are ruthless. And they know no other language other than ruthlessness. And the government security agencies must treat them with the ruthlessness they deserve. And Madam Speaker, they cannot use their families as a human shield. Madam Speaker, number one, I even don't understand why people should go and camp with the children in the heart of the forest. These children are not going to school. The first thing is they are actually even denying their own children their basic constitutional rights of the right to education. And Madam Speaker, it is a high time the government act. Madam Speaker, as I speak, and I want to say this on the floor of this house, we are not safe. In my constituency, they killed one chief, who is my own brother-in-law. They have raided from 4 chiefs. They're actually targeting all leaders.
You have 1 minute, Honorable Korere, 1 minute.
In Samburu, we lost an MCA. Madam Speaker, as the leaders, these bandits now are targeting leaders. And I can tell you, and Mheshimiwa Kiunjuri can confirm, even in my own home, they raided and they killed my herdsmen. Madam Speaker, I even know as I stand here, I'm not safe anymore.
Well said. Member for Laikipia East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise also to express our concerns as the people of Laikipia County, our fear and anxiety that has really gripped our people for the last 3 months or so, whereby, as has been laid clearly by Sala, Mheshimiwa, that we are visited every week 3 or 4 times. For the last 4 months, bandits have been roaming in Laikipia, terrorizing people in Laikipia North. During daytime, they come scouting fearlessly. They will come and scout from the homes that they will come and steal in the evening. They can be seen during the day in the conservancies, in the valleys within Garidare. And what really surprises us is the heavy presence deployed police officers and stock theft unit. They are allowed, but these bandits are still roaming freely. They can come and steal. Madam Speaker, what worries the residents of those areas is that even they can come all the way, they jump some few homes where there are animals and come just 20 meters to Astu, that is, and stock theft unit, and steal from there, and no police officer would even shoot in the air or even come out of the camp. They have gone ahead to even isolate areas whereby they go to the chief's camp at Edi, chief's home at Edi. They will steal animals, and chief lives about 50 meters away from the police post. Our question is, as leaders of Laikipia, and what we need to know, if our people are not safe, how are we expected to react? Police officers are out, they are not acting. Are they submitting? Are they overwhelmed? Or are they collaborating with the thieves? So far, animals have been taken. None of those bandits, the perpetrators, are still free. None of them have been apprehended. Animal recovery is almost at 1% recovery. Everyone knows where they are taken, that they are taken through the ranches. And our question is whether some of the ranchers, and especially Ornaisho farm, whether they are also collaborating with the bandits. That area is expansive, and it takes time for them to move from the villages to the forest. How comes that they can be able to steal, drive the animals comfortably to Mogodo forest, which they have made their safe haven? Madam Speaker, these officers and the bandits, are they submitting that now it is bringing it on? And if they cannot reverse them, and we don't have enough police resurfaced, how are we expected to react? Madam Speaker, information is very clear. Security forces knows where the animals are taken. And one wonders, if security forces knows where the animals are, the people where animals are taken from, everybody knows where the animals have been taken. Why can't this government, our question, take action similar to that was taken during the raids at Mount Elgon, whereby all the agencies were brought together, and if it calls for us to amend the law, whereby now the army must come in, because you cannot have Kenyans being terrorized across the country, North Rift, Central Rift, everywhere, that today we are only hearing that the government is up in arms, that they are countering them. We have not seen any incidents, serious incidents that can teach them a lesson. We are demanding an operation similar to the one that was carried out in Boni Forest, be carried in Mogodo Forest, be carried in Skutafari, and all other areas where government knows that cattle-driven, animals-driven from even other constituencies are taken, so that serious action is taken, that these people should never repeat again. The perpetrators and the collaborators must be punished in equal measures. If the government is not going to do that, we are wasting our time. They must seal in Mukogondo, Mount Elgon operation, Boni Forest operation, combined forces must come there, and government must show its force. Otherwise, the parties are there, they can see government can back, but it cannot bite. We agree, CS Kidiki is doing a lot of work, but it's so more of a paper now. If you ask them, he'll be a paper tiger, end of the day, if he cannot bite. Madam Speaker, we strongly condemn these criminals, this act of cowardice, and we must make sure the perpetrators are brought to book. If there is no serious action by government to the perpetrators and the collaborators, they know them by name. Like when they killed Karisho on Friday, they left 2 phones behind them. With that only, they are able to say who these bandits were, who are their collaborators, and because it's an enterprise, Madam Speaker, it's not only about cattle lastry, it's an enterprise. It is for the first time we must deal with those people who are arming the bandits, who are involved in this business, because at the end of the day, these animals end up somewhere. Some are stolen for restocking, as compared to call it, but some are also stolen, and there are some rich people somewhere advancing this business who must now be called by their names, who must be brought to book, and what you want this time around is that a tougher, bigger action. I always like the way KWS operates. If they discover that police are doing nothing, they have their own way of eliminating these people. And the only way is that even those who are being sent to steal, those people with a behavior of always restocking, this must come to an end. Madam Speaker, if you look at who is involved in this business, already we know where our problems are coming from. Go to Kibish, Kipsing. Look at the farmers around, they are armed. Where animals are being taken away, all the farmers around, they have more than 40, 50 police reservists. They have security armed by the same government. Madam Speaker, it is the high time this government sits down and reconsider its decision on whether they will continue arming those farmers, and especially those ones who cannot stop this kind of an attack to the people of Laikipia. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, for us, we are agreeing the government is taking action. We are agreeing that forces are being employed. However, how do we now gain confidence of government if the same officers who are being employed with command cannot take action? Those answers must be given to us. And the only way we can agree and accept the government is taking action is recovering our animals. It's to see people brought to justice, to see people being punished. Those who make other people cry must also cry. They should not steal our animals at their own leisure and have the pressure to go and enjoy the route. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support and seriously ask this House to consider, even if you are going now to amend the laws that are necessary to ensure that there is combined forces, that action can be taken with no boundary. The army should come in, police should come in, other security forces must come in. I support.
Thank you. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me join my two colleagues, the Honorable Sarah Korere and the Honorable Mange Kiunjuri, in expressing my disgust at these incessant acts of banditry and cattle or livestock theft in these areas. And I want to share, I want really to subscribe to their sentiments to a large extent. But Madam Speaker, you know, we need to look at the root cause of all this. I am not really privy to what goes on there in detail. But from my understanding of what I'm being told, this is no longer just a way of life, as we were being made to believe when we were young, that cattle theft or banditry is a way of life. No. It has become a pure economic activity that therefore calls for more in-depth look into what then can be done to address the economic situation of the people living in those areas. Because if they got more gainful economic engagement, they would perhaps slowly get away from these nefarious activities. But that is food for thought, and it's the duty of the government of the day to really address those concerns. But secondly, Madam Speaker, and tied to the first issue, you know, if this banditry was contained, it would actually create an environment, conducive environment, for more meaningful economic activities to happen, to take place. That would, in the long run, help not only the people living in those areas, but help the whole country, really. Because every single part of the country, if is economically active or productive, would contribute to the overall economic development of the country. So I think it's incumbent upon the government of the day to really address this issue, but in a holistic manner. What we have tended to see from time to time are knee-jerk reactions that seem not to be yielding fruits, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also say this. I am not a security expert, not like my good friend, the Honorable Raso. But I am not too dumb to see trends. Madam Speaker, in the recent past, and this is my own observation, as a country, you have done very well. And I must commend the National Intelligence Service, the current leadership of the National Intelligence Service. We have done so well in containing terrorism in this country. We have done very, very well in combating terrorism and terrorist acts in the recent past. And I attribute this in my own way to the National Intelligence Service, perhaps. But, Madam Speaker, the question that comes to my mind, therefore, is why can't we use the tactics we have been able to use in containing terrorism in the recent past, in dealing with this menace? Is this menace too complex, yes, to be dealt with conclusively, Honorable Rasu? You may be telling me after this, yes, okay? What is it that that this banditry entails that is so difficult, so complex for the government to deal with, really, and to the benefit of the country? So I think even as we debate this, and I really sympathize with my good friend, Honorable Sarah Kureri. Because I can imagine what she's going through. If her own life is now in danger, she's not even sure that she's safe anymore. And a leader who is elected by the people. So what is the situation, therefore, of the rest of the populace, the ordinary people in Laikipia, okay? And elsewhere. It's not just Laikipia. It's Laikipia, it's Samburu, it is everywhere. It's Baringo, okay? So I think this House should now move from just mere talk to more concrete action. Because if it is talking, we have talked enough. Ever since I joined this parliament in 2013 with you, Madam Speaker, we have had this talk. Yes, every other session of parliament we have talked about this insecurity situation, about the banditry, about the cattle rustling, but we seem not to be getting anywhere. So I think it is now incumbent upon this House to now think outside the box and perhaps take extraordinary measures to deal with this clearly extraordinary situation. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I adopt the sentiments of my two colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to join the Leader of Minority, Honorable Sarah, and Mwangi Kiunjuri in what they have expressed this afternoon. I speak from the floor of this House as the patron of the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group, as a former officer of Kenya Defense Forces, and also as Vice Chair of Security, representing the National Assembly. As a committee, we have managed to visit Laikipia, Samburu, Turkana, West Pokot, Marakwet, Baringo. And we are convinced beyond reasonable doubt that the CS Kindiki is doing so much, and he has achieved so much. But the 20% of work that is undone, cooperation of security forces, administrators, and a lot of cartels who have made the issue of insecurity internally in Kenya totally unbearable for quite a sizable part of the Kenyan population. We have visited some of the areas, like in Baringo, that locations and even wards, people have moved away because they can't live in their homes and they can't farm. And I said to both my colleagues and the population we found wherever we visited that we cannot allow that situation to obtain. I also agree with the Leader of Minority. If we are able to deal with terrorism, people without faces, people who we can only trace maybe on computers or on telephones or in technological fingerprints, why can't we deal with bandits in Mukogodo Forest? Are there special people who are undertaking these criminal activities? Madam Speaker, the Committee of Security will table a report, I think by next week, following our extended visit into all these troubled spots. Further to that, we have said the idea of blanketly naming, oh, this area, this tribe, these communities, I think it must come to an end. We must focus on areas, individuals, whether they are leaders or politicians. People must account for what they are doing in terms of making Kenya unsafe. Madam Speaker, what Honorable Sarah has raised, you know, we take many things for granted. You leave Parliament, and without looking left or right, you straight go to maybe a social place or you go home. But a lot of these members who come from these bandit-prone areas, unless they are adequately covered by security, they will not even attempt to go to their homes, let alone villages to condole with bereaved families. So, Madam Speaker, I thank Honorable Sarah for raising this very, very important issue. But I want to assure the House as a committee, we are going to name names, we are going to name pockets of troubles in this country, and we are going to stop at no point, even administrators, if they are part of this problem. With those remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say a word or two on this insecurity affair. Madam, it's a very sad thing to listen to the story of what's happening where this insecurity is prevalent. Surely, to see that somebody who had his own home is living almost nowhere, perhaps in the forest, just for fear of his life, is a sad thing. The number one priority of any government is the security of its people. I appeal to the government to rise up to the occasion and do what is needed to cause peace so that our areas which are suffering can feel safe. Madam Speaker, I know that there are causes, like the minority leader said, there must be causes for all this. But are these causes unique to these particular places alone? It is possible these causes are in other parts of this nation as well. But those places have not taken to arms in order that they can fight the battle going on elsewhere. We therefore, I can say, have potential problems in these other, quote, peaceful places, because indeed they are not peaceful. They have a potential problem waiting to occur. It is, again, very important and necessary for the government to rise up to the occasion and face the situation before they explode, to join the other parts of the country where problems are already on the surface. To see that we are talking of development, we are talking of progress, economic progress and so forth, where peace is not existing is a waste of time. Our nation will never develop if what has started in these areas we are talking about are allowed to continue. We will not get anywhere with our effort. I know we pay a lot of tax so that we can improve our country. But then, who will be able to use the resources necessary for development if you do not know what's coming to you the next day? Individually, and even as communities, if you know today but you don't know tomorrow, you cannot invest. You cannot try to accumulate anything that would add to your wealth if you have any. In other words, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that the problem we are facing is a serious one, needing a very serious action in order that Kenya can develop and move forward. But if we sleep over the peace, pretending that development upon which we are spending a lot of effort will be fruitful, Madam Speaker, I think we are daydreaming. I beg the government to take action now and not tomorrow. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. County MP Isiolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to stand to support this motion, hoping to capture the deep pains that pastoralists and families in this part of the country go through in the hands of these bandits who are roaming our lands with a lot of impunity that anyone cannot imagine. Madam Speaker, while we could survive natural calamities like floods and droughts in this part of the country, it is very hard to stay safe from these bandits because they are all over. They are operating with so much impunity. They can come in, raid, kill, maim, and still get away with it. Madam Speaker, standing before you, I want to present a case of an innocent Form 3 girl by the name Fatuma Wako Wario, who was leaving school just recently after closing. She was on her way home to see her parents on 1st April on the road, on Isiolo Merti Road. She was shot dead by these bandits. This left the parents and the families so devastated, and many other families so hopeless to the extent that they're even afraid to send the learners to schools anymore. Madam Speaker, further, what has left many families so helpless is the fact that even after these bandits have raided and taken all the lives and destroyed everything, it is amazing that the state could not go after them and recover those herds when they have complete intelligence on where the herds are and who are keeping it. Just to give you an example for my county, we do have 147 camels hidden in a Mukogodo forest, just like mentioned by Mheshimiwa here. It is known where, which boma, how many other bandits are involved, but there is no action from the government. So one is left to wonder, in a state where we have a security establishment and machineries that are functional, why is it so hard to go after these people, even after they've destroyed lives? At least recovering those herds will give some hope to families and these pastoralists. But still, the security agencies are not ready to go after them. So that can only embolden these bandits to come back again, kill, maim, and the cycle continues. Madam Speaker, this is a matter that has now killed so many hopes. It has broken families. It has taken away livelihoods. It has, I can't further describe it. And we can't normalize it, making it look like it's a normal thing on this part of the country and nothing can be done. I think as pastoralists, as leaders, we feel that it is enough and it is time we probably relook our way of handling bandits. And if there's need for us to have a conversation on how we could handle it in a different way, then this is the time. This is the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. I wish to thank the Honourable Korere for this motion. Honourable Speaker, as we speak, there are sections in this country, particularly the North Rift, that are under a militia. Honourable Speaker, those are sections of the country that literally there is no government. There are young men, women, and children who are wielding guns, moving from one place to another, raiding families, killing innocent children, killing innocent women. Honorable Speaker, can you imagine in this century that we are in a place where there are no schools, there are no churches, there are no public utilities in that particular area? Honorable Speaker, it is something that as a country we must sit down and we discuss, because if you look at the history of this country developed along the railway lines. There are areas in this country that have been marginalized, and currently they are still being marginalized. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about marginalization funds that was set aside, Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that marginalization funds that was meant to develop areas that were left behind have been hijacked and used for other issues that were not originally meant for. Honorable Speaker, my opinion on this issue, the person or the office to blame for the runaway insecurity in this country is the office of the IG. Honorable Speaker, we feel that the Inspector General of Police has no stamped authority to deal with the issue of bandits in this country. Honorable Speaker, in fact, when we talk to our people, other officers down there, they say, Sisi, we don't take advice. We don't take instructions from Raya. Honorable Speaker, the Raya they are referring to is the CS for internal security. Honorable Speaker, we feel there is sabotage. We feel there is sabotage from within government, from within certain officers in this government. Honorable Speaker, there is no way that a militia will run the entire day, kill people, and there is no arrest by our police officers. I thank the honorable member from SACU, and she has made a profound statement before the floor of this house that they have identified certain individuals, because criminals, gangsters cannot be a community. Gangsters are certain individuals who should be isolated and perhaps assassinated, because they have run amok in the Kerio Valley, they have run amok in other areas in this country. Honorable Speaker, finally, so that I give other members to speak. It is an issue that, as a house, even as I was sitting here, a member of parliament passed here and said, in near bandits. You can imagine, referring to us as bandits. Because as members of this house, we feel that those areas have been marginalized. And there is need for a deliberate effort by the government to make sure that service delivery is taken to this area, and those individuals are identified, isolated, and of course, the necessary action be taken so that those criminals are wiped out. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Turkana East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this time to add my voice to this motion. Madam Speaker, the issue we are discussing here, I don't know how we can term it, because we, the members of parliament from the North Rift and also Laikipia, Isiolo, and the other affected areas, which they have been taken away by bandits. Madam Speaker, I have just heard the honorable member for SACU saying very soon they are going to table a report here on security on those areas. They visited my constituency about a month or 2 months ago. And he said, time has come for us to say these bandits by names. But Madam Speaker, to me, I don't know how true is that, because when you hear all these members speaking here, condemning this issue, you hear like if you're talking, the mention of the bandits from a certain area. Madam Speaker, until the time that report will be tabled in this house, that's the time we can mention those people by names. But before that, time has come for this country to face the Pokoti community, who are terrorizing the entire communities in the North Rift. And we cannot be afraid to say that, because we can't be told, let's not mention a community. But who are these people now? Can the government tell us who are these people by names so that we cannot say the Pokot community? Can we be given the list of the terrorists from the Pokot community who are terrorizing Turkana community, the Tugen community, the El Shams community, the Elgey the Marakwet community, the Samburu community, the Laikipia community? They are the Pokot community. And if somebody has the list of those people from the Pokot who are terrorizing the entire region of the North Rift, let the list be tabled in this house so that we can stop mentioning the name of that community.
Honorable Speaker, from where I sit, there is no community of terrorists, by they are terrorists. And in Laikipia, I'm terrorized by terrorists believed to be coming from Isiolo North and Samburu East, not Pokot.
Member for Turkana East, you shall not mention a community. I think the Vice Chair of the Administration Committee has already committed that they will bring a report with a list.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have just said that I'm waiting for that list to be tabled here so that we can get the list of the terrorists. Even if they come from Turkana East, they come from where, let the list be tabled here so that we can avoid mentioning those communities. But before that list being tabled here, which name are we going now to use? And that's what it has made this issue to continue, because we are trying to cover it. People are dying, clothes are being burned by the people we know, coming from an area. But we are saying not to say their names or not say that community. Until when, Madam Speaker, can this issue continue in this country? People are being killed in my constituency. Schools have been closed for the last 3 years now. Those kids are not going to school. And nobody is taking any action. And when you hear these people dealing with the alcohol here in Central Province, every effort is being taken there. Is that not life? Are the lives in the North Rift not the same lives like the lives in the Central Kenya? Madam Speaker, it has reached a time whereby this country, the leaders of this country, can come out and see how they can help the people of North Rift. For those few remarks, Madam Speaker, let me just stop there so that the rest of the members can contribute too.
Thank you, Member for Turkana East. County MP Laikipia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this adjournment motion. Honorable Speaker, I forever remain grateful to the people of Laikipia County for giving me an opportunity to serve them. But it was as the toughest part of this job is when I receive a phone call from a family at night, either through text message or a phone call they managed to make, telling me that the bandits or cattle rustlers are outside their house. In a good case, Honorable Speaker, the following day they call you back and tell you they drove away with their herd of cattle. In a bad case, the community calls you back and tells you they killed a member of that family. Honorable Speaker, such is the life that Laikipians are leading today. Honorable Speaker, it is also good to mention that Laikipia County is the 15th largest county in this country, despite us having 3 constituencies. That said, Honorable Speaker, we are generous enough to have 7 counties as our neighbors. We start with Isiolo, we go to Nyeri, we go to Meru, we go to Nakuru, Baringo, Samburu, and Isiolo are all our neighbors. Honorable Speaker, we are peaceful neighbors, but in many instances, we have neighbors who keep antagonizing us and affecting the residents of Laikipia County. That said, Honorable Speaker, our challenges are cattle rustlers. And when it is not cattle rustlers, we have illegal grazers coming to disturb us. Honorable Speaker, the greatest challenge we have as Laikipians is, we know the corridors where these cattle rustlers pass, and Honorable Speaker, any member in this house knows the speed of a cow and how fast or how slow it walks. So when somebody says 200 cattle have been driven away, if the security had the intent and the purpose of catching up with these cattle rustlers, they would be able to do that. Honorable Speaker, in this day and age, there is technology. We have drones, we have armored vehicles, which if our system agrees to use, it is going to be very easy to end the cattle rustling in Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, it is also good to mention that in the 15 wards I have in my county, 7 of those wards are actually being antagonized by insecurity. And I'll give an example of a ward called Gedega. In Gedega ward, we even know the corridor the cattle rustlers use. There's a place called Mlima Jangiri, we have Matweku, we have Metaro, those are places where people, it is well known to even the security that this is where the cattle rustlers pass. They have been unable to stop these people. We go to Olmoran, the same case we have at Wangwashi. We go to Salama Ward, there at Checkpoint, we have an issue there. And it is also good to mention, like 2 weeks ago at Checkpoint, they actually killed an elderly man. And in that instance, I remember the senator and the honorable MC of that area trying to pursue the cattle rustlers. They found them seated somewhere in a house by assistance of some sniffer dogs. Honorable Speaker, I find myself thinking, what if the cattle rustlers had seen them approaching? The story would be different today. Again, we have been forced as leaders to become security agencies on the ground because the security agencies on the ground have refused to work. It is our plea that we need to know the structure that is going to be used in security in our areas because, as it's been mentioned by a colleague earlier, it seems these security forces have instructions they receive from somewhere else. For me, I like to go with the good book, the Bible. Leviticus says an eye for an eye. I don't know why in our instance, a cattle rustler comes, kills our people, but when it comes to their arrest, they have to either be treated with baby gloves or treated as if they're special people. The same justice they met on our people should be the same justice that should actually be meted on them. Honorable Speaker, I speak of 7 wards that have insecurity, and we know where all this insecurity is coming from. Recently in Sosian Ward, our MC was almost killed as he was also pursuing cattle that had been stolen there. Honorable Speaker, it is my plea as the leader of Laikipia County, and I join my fellow colleagues in saying a time has come. If we will deliver nothing else for our people, we must deliver security to them. And security must be restored in Laikipia County, and the time for it to be restored is now and not later. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to add that our chiefs also need to be given powers. Chiefs walk out in the middle of the night to assist our people, but again, they are told they cannot give instructions to the security forces. It is time we get to know who is this person who needs to give instructions for our people to be secured, for them to be ensured they are safe, and the time is now, and we are demanding for it. We can no longer keep pleading for it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the adjournment motion.
Thank you, County MP Baringo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I also want to add my voice on this matter of insecurity and banditry and I want to thank my sister, Honorable Korere, and MP Laikipia for bringing this motion before us. Madam Speaker, I think we have spoken, we have attended meetings, we have screamed, we have written letters. I think we have done what is humanly possible to put across this menace. We have talked to everyone that cares to listen. Sometimes I wonder, Madam Speaker, that how many people should die? How many families should be displaced? How many children should not go to school because schools are closed? How many water ponds and boreholes, for instance, should be destroyed for government that was bestowed by the people to protect them? I was elected in the side of government, that is the UDA party. And every day, we always remind our people that this is the government that all of us voted for, and we all expected that this problem, at least, should be eased on our back. But unfortunately, it has even, to some extent, become more burden, because I think when you have a lot of hope and you don't get the hope, it becomes more, burden. I want to say, Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament today, I would really wish the government, my government, to take time and give a goodwill for once and for all. Today, or the other time when we came in, we saw the government taking time to fight on the menace on illicit brews. We mobilized a lot of resources. We called on leaders to take charge, close shops, arrest people, stop bars. That is business. I just wish the same energy, the same effort should be used to stop this problem. Because, Madam Speaker, you know, I just want to give an example. When I am going to drink, even if it's an illicit brew or I'm walking into a club, I sit down, order my beer, drink 1, 2, 3, probably up to the morning. I'll do that the following day, and to some extent, I'll be addicted to it. That is when it is realized it's a problem. What about a mother who is sitting right in her house? A farmer or a pastoralist taking care of his cows is ambushed, attacked, thrown out of his home. All his wealth or cows are driven away, and no one talks about it. It is one thing for government to put orders of problems, and it's another thing to see what really, on how really are we going to take care of these victims of banditry. Someone said the communities are not supposed to be pointed as criminals, but there are many criminals that occurs from one community or communities, and it is the prerogative of the community to take initiative to control. Like, for instance, when Mongiki was terrorizing everyone in Nairobi and Central Province, it took the Kikuyu community to stop that menace. Likewise to Somali on Al-Shabaab. It is the same thing, that this problem, specifically for me, from the Pokot, should take charge and take up the challenge to eradicate this problem. Lastly, I want to tell the President, Kenyans are looking at specifically the Kalenjin, specifically the Tugans, specifically the communities that are affected by this. They really wish and really hope this time round this problem is going to be sorted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Samburu North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the adjournment motion by the Honorable Member for Laikipia North, Mheshimiwa Sarah Korere, and I really feel for her, just like I feel for all the other members from the North Rift who are affected by this insecurity menace. I come from Baragoi in Samburu North. And Madam Speaker, we are now going on 30 years of gun-related cattle rustling in that part of this country. I believe very many voices have spoken about the vice in this house. And the fact that we are still talking on the floor of this house about this issue really is an indictment on the government of the Republic of Kenya. 30 years down the road, people are still being killed. Families are traumatized. Children are killed. You heard from the women rep, Isiolo. You heard from Mheshimiwa Sarah Korere. You heard from Mheshimiwa Jamatia. You heard from every member who spoke, who stood up to speak on the floor of this house. We are talking about fresh killings. Over the past 1 year, we have lost over 105 people in Samburu. I have lost an MCA, an elected leader, a month or so ago. Up to date, since the killing of that honorable member, the late Paul Leshimbiro, the MCA for Angatana Nyike in Samburu North constituency, we have not seen any concrete action by the government to either bring those who killed him to book. We have not seen any concrete action to really inspire confidence in the communities which live there. Schools in that part of the world have closed. They have not closed because the term has come to a close. They closed because of insecurity. 3 schools in Angatananyike Primary, Ngabai Primary, Soit Post Primary. Kids are not going to those schools anymore because they fear to go to school. At Soit Post Primary, a teacher was shot. A cook was shot in the evening. There were no cows in the school. People just came and shot them. That is the kind of terror that is visiting the communities in the North Rift and in parts of Samburu County. Madam Speaker, I would support the sentiments by Honorable Kiunjuri that if the government is serious, really this is a very small matter. In Baragoi, for instance, the once infamous Baragoi, over the past 1.5 years, we have really lived in relative peace. That is because the government came strongly and came into partnership with the elected leaders and communities. And they sent us specialized units who really supported community-led peace initiatives. I would really recommend that if we can amend the laws here to even bring the military to bear so that we can see what happened in Mount Elgon replicated across northern Kenya. Because as long as small arms are proliferated in northern Kenya, we will continue talking on the floor of this house when 16 to 17-year, 15-year-old and 20-year-old boys hold government hostage in rough terrains which they cannot access. It's only the military which can go there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support Madam Korere on this adjournment motion.
Honorable members, I realize there's still a lot of interest. Unfortunately, our time is up. Honorable members, and the time now being 2 minutes past 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 17th April 2024 at 9:30 a.m.